Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1305 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news that U.S. officials are threatening military action on Venezuela and Afghanistan, no Russia. Also, Pakistan and India are violating the ceasefire amid gunfire that we're hearing right now. And Iran is escalating their nuclear program yet again after the strikes just took place a couple months back. So it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from quite literally every single corner of the world again today. Today actually is a fairly interesting day of news, at least as far as potential diplomatic developments and diplomatic statements that have been made over just the past 24 hours alone, as the United States of America has issued simultaneously today two separate threats of war to, one, the Republic of Venezuela, and secondly, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. We have been able to hear that the threat by the United States of America against Venezuela is that if they do not accept mental asylum patients that are illegal immigrants that are currently detained by U.S. customs officials, the United States of America will go to war with the Republic of Venezuela and force them back into the country somehow, some way. We have also been able to hear simultaneously in Afghanistan that if the Afghans, or specifically the Taliban, do not give the United States of America the Bagram air base, we will be going to war, apparently, with Afghanistan as well in an attempt to regain the Bagram air base and once again continue power projection, at least with their air forces, inside of Central Asia. At the exact same time, the ceasefire between Pakistan and India has all but collapsed today, as firefights are now breaking out along the entire line of contact just several hundred miles away from Bagram Air Base, a fairly significant flashpoint over the course of the day. The Islamic Republic of Iran was also admitted to be conducting an intercontinental ballistic missile test recently, which was the footage that we saw from several days ago. As a matter of fact, it's actually on our map right here. It has also been confirmed that as of today, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer be conducting any joint cooperation discussion with the IAEA, and it is expected they will once again be renewing their attempts at withdrawing from the nuclear non-proliferation treaties, which specifically bind the Islamic Republic of Iran by treaty to not developing or fielding any nuclear weaponry. The United States of America and multiple allies conducted military exercises inside of Egypt today, although that does not appear to be a direct force posturing against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have also been able to hear, in additional news, that the United Kingdom and Belgium were hit by significant cyber attacks today, with both of them pointing the finger at the Russian Federation. The United States of America, while we are continuing to say that the loss of the Bagram air base was a significant mistake, are now pulling all of their funding from Baltic states in their statements today, saying that they are now going to be prioritizing U.S. home defense instead of any sorts of attempts to help out allies within Eastern Europe. Many analysts believe that this is a shift by the United States to pretty much put the weight of ending the war in Ukraine on the Eastern Europeans specifically, instead of the United States. At the same time, the Finnish president stated that the Russian flights through Estonian airspace yesterday were absolutely irresponsible, and we were able to get a much clearer picture of what kind of airspace violations and breach was conducted by the Russian Federation with their air wing of MiG-31s that flew through Estonia's airspace yesterday. The Russian Federation has continued to deny that their aircraft violated Estonian airspace, although there's limitless proof that they did, and we are also hearing that they are now going to be seizing the monetary funds of international Satanists, particularly Americans. We have also heard that they believe that the United States of America will never support Ukraine in a larger form from this point forward. At least that's what people close to Putin are saying, and for that reason, that is also one of the large parts why the war keeps continuing in Ukraine, and also for that matter, they're starting to try and conduct escalations against NATO in a hope that some concessions will be given and that the United States and the Western world will blink in fear of any sort of a Russian response. Ukrainian armed forces have also continued to hit the Samara refinery inside of the town of Novokubishevsk, which is just to the southwest of the city of Samara, and the Ukrainian forces have been able to hold their lines today while continuing to encircle the Russians north of Pokrovsk around the area of the Dobropilia flank on the northern end of the battlefield. We have a significant amount of news today. These are just the big pieces of news. There are a load of additional pieces and bits of news that has been coming out over just the past 24 hours alone, and I gotta be honest with y'all, it is an absolutely crazy sort of a day to be able to see. Rarely do we ever hear that the United States is threatening war directly against one country. Two is a bargain. Apparently, we threaten one war, get two free. So we will be making sure to get into all of the news today and everything else. And starting off, of course, with the largest piece of news today, we have been able to hear that the United States of America is openly threatening armed action against Venezuela and Afghanistan, aka wars, over certain casus belli that have been laid out by the United States over the past few hours alone. We were able to hear that the President of the United States of America stated today, at least against the nation of Venezuela, the following: "We want Venezuela to immediately accept all of the prisoners and people from mental institutions, which include the worst in the world insane asylums that Venezuelan leadership has forced into the United States of America. Thousands of people have been badly hurt and even killed by these monsters. Get them the hell out of our country right now, or the price you pay will be incalculable." This is a bit of a blindsider. We didn't really expect that a casus belli would ever emerge about illegal immigrants from insane asylums. It generally appeared that a case was being built as far as foreign policy was concerned for the United States to conduct intervention against Venezuela, primarily because they were supporting illegal cartel and narcotics operations inside of South and Central America, and Nicolas Maduro was largely a narco-terrorist supporter, making the nation of Venezuela an illegitimate state and also the supporter of international illegal activities. This casus belli pretty much throws most of that on the head today, as we're now stating that that we want Venezuela to accept the return of thousands of illegal immigrants inside the United States, and we're now starting to shift the situation away from the illegal narcotics trade and into the illegal immigrants issue. So we are going to have to see how that exactly works, at least in the international sphere, because we really have no clue how that's going to turn out. In the last casus belli that we were building, it was actually a pretty plausible one, and one that generally would be accepted at face value or begrudgingly accepted even by our adversaries as a response towards the Venezuelans. If we had continued on with the current casus belli of stating that the Venezuelans were supporting illegal narcotics operations, then if the Venezuelans had fired on us, we would have had a supreme justification to state that not only is the Venezuelan government supporting these operations, but they're also providing armed support in the forces of the Venezuelan military to be able to help continue and facilitate these sorts of illegal operations, which have been deemed illegal by international law. Now we're changing the casus belli to something that really has no international precedent, as generally border control situations and that of illegal immigration is entirely a domestic matter for really every single country on the planet, and as far as their concerns go, and it's something that is met at the border enforcement for the larger part, instead of something that would have an international claim to a casus belli or a justification for greater action against the country. Nevertheless, the military actions by the United States have led the Maduro government to actually blink a little bit, as Maduro has apparently offered to engage in talks with the President of the United States envoy Grenell earlier today, apparently showing that the Venezuelan government is getting somewhat scared, and we do not know when that meeting will occur, if the meeting will occur at all, and also what the meeting will entail, what the U.S. demands will be, and what the Venezuelans would even accept at all. At the same time, we are seeing that the United States is continuing to build up forces within Puerto Rico, as we have been able to hear of the arrival of Special Operations Forces from the U.S. Special Operations Command. These forces, of course, could be any, and we're not being told publicly what exact Special Operations Forces have arrived inside of the Caribbean, or specifically within Puerto Rico, but we can pretty much go wild. It could be really any. It could be Delta Force, the Green Berets. It could be, let's see, who else would be out there? Let's see. Dang, Matthew, I'm drawing
Delta?
Say what?
Could be Delta.
Yeah, I actually said Delta, SEAL Team 6, the Green Berets. It could be a wide variety. There are a load of special operations forces that actually do exist under the whole of the United States Armed Forces. We don't know exactly which ones they are at the moment, and of course we most likely will never know, but there were some insider sources stating today that special operations forces had been moved into Puerto Rico, which is suggesting that ground operations directly against Venezuela are somewhat highly likely. Special operations forces are generally acclimated to conducting operations in a near autonomous setting, really requiring no higher command from their leadership and pretty much being given their marching orders outright, and generally being given the deference to be able to conduct whatever actions they need to complete a mission after they have been infiltrated into a specific area. That means that we could be seeing, with the arrival of these SOF forces, some preparatory actions being taken against Venezuela in the form of SOF raids, or the SOF may be dropped off inside of Venezuela to pre-prepare the country for some sort of a future U.S. action, whether that be airstrikes or some sort of a amphibious landing that would be attempted by the 22nd MEU, which is currently inside of Ponce, or I believe it's Ponce, in Puerto Rico at the moment. We've also been able to hear simultaneously, because this is kind of a two-in-one package, moving y'all quickly over and into Afghanistan, that the United States has also threatened war with Afghanistan today over the Kabul situation, or more so, the base just 15 miles outside of Kabul, which is Bagram Air Base. As many would know, yesterday, some U.S. officials did state that the United States of America was attempting direct talks with the Taliban about reaffirming a U.S. presence at Bagram airspace. That was immediately responded to within mere hours by Taliban authorities, who stated that the Taliban has no ill will towards the United States of America, but at the same time, they are never going to be allowing U.S. forces back into Afghanistan for particular reasons. The whole deal of us shooting at them and them shooting at us for about the past 20 years. We have now seen that the President of the United States today has also issued a threat to Afghanistan. At the same time, a threat was issued to Venezuela, and this was the following: if Afghanistan does not give Bagram Air Base back to those that built it, the United States of America, bad things are going to happen. Signed, the President of the United States. So we are seeing at the moment that there are now two developing threats of war, at least to Afghanistan and Venezuela, by the United States of America. One for the Venezuelans to accept the illegal immigrant loony bins back into Venezuela, and then the other to go and try and reclaim an air base inside of Afghanistan that was abandoned as a part of the United States Taliban deal that was signed in 2020 at the latter part of that term. So we are seeing.
I'm telling you, between the two of them right now, I would say the one in Afghanistan is much more concerning, because we do not need to get bogged back down in Afghanistan, because we let that base go. Between this current president and the last president, they let it go. Now, the way they pulled out, that was something that was a disaster, but we're not going to get into that right now. But both of them decided to let it go. So to go back and start threatening military action against Afghanistan again, yes, it's the Taliban. Obviously, we don't like the Taliban. That's clear as day at this point. But we don't need to get bogged down in Afghanistan over Bagram. That's something there which seems to be so it's honestly unbelievable, to be honest with you. It's hard to believe we're considering actually doing something to Afghanistan. I'm not sure if invasion's on the table or what exactly is on the table, but we should leave that alone at this point. It's a done deal.
Yeah, I would have to say it's a little bit of a wild thing. I'll be entirely honest with you all. For this to be the era of peace, it seems a little bit odd that we're currently threatening two separate wars simultaneously. And to be entirely honest with y'all, they're not ones that we even have to fight right now. I mean, the Venezuelan situation is one that I believe we have to deal with eventually, and we do have to bring Venezuela back around to being an American-aligned country. That's something that does have to happen. But as far as the situation with Afghanistan, we left and we're gone, and we accepted that we were going to do that about 5 years ago. And I want to quickly run y'all through at least the baseline story of why we left, because there's been a lot of confusion out there, and there's also a lot of politicization with the story, and that's pretty much rewritten history. But I'll quickly explain to y'all what actually went on with Afghanistan just at a baseline. In 2020, which was the first term of the current president, we signed a deal in Qatar with the Taliban that was called the United States-Taliban Deal, or the Doha Agreement, in 2020. That agreement laid out that by the 1st of May of 2021, every single U.S. force in the country, along with all other NATO forces in Afghanistan, would be gone by the 1st of May of 2021. We signed that with the Taliban, and in fact, every single country was that on board with the idea that the entire Permanent Security Council, the United States, Britain, France, Russia, and China, all ratified this agreement in the United Nations, meaning that we were now bound by international treaty, as it was then ratified rarely by the United Nations, one of the few times anything ever has, to leave Afghanistan. The withdrawal from Afghanistan did take longer than expected and was actually finished around August 17th of 2021, but there was never an ambition under the current president or the former president to ever stay in Afghanistan permanently and maintain Bagram Air Base as an operational U.S. facility. Any sorts of stories that state otherwise are absolutely untrue. It was the plan by both the current president and the former president to completely abandon Afghanistan and not have a single U.S. soldier left in the country before long, before the end of 2021, that is, and that ended up happening for worse for the greater part. But still, it's a little bit wild, just to be entirely honest with y'all, that we're now going to threaten war with the Afghans over giving up Bagram, because if I'm not mistaken, it was kind of a little bit of an isolationist idea that kind of got us into the situation where we don't have Bagram today. And I don't mean to say this a little bit more poignantly, but we're doing the same thing in Europe right now that we did in Afghanistan back then. And we're doing the same thing in Syria right now, in Iraq, that we did in Afghanistan back then. And it was a brilliant idea back then. It's time to end this forever war, this 20-year-long war, because there's nothing to gain a benefit out of being in Afghanistan. And then everyone agreed that we ought to leave from all ends, and we left, and now it's clearly ended up becoming a mistake. Now we're saying that we have to leave Syria, Iraq, and also pretty much leave Eastern Europe on their own to do whatever, and the United States is going to be there to help them, and what if the same situation happens in that sense, and then we look back at it and it's a mistake? It's a little bit of an interesting sort of a deal with that, and I do see that a lot of people are talking at the moment about the United States of America and its demands for the Venezuelans to take back the illegal immigrants that are mentally ill, or Maduro will pay a dear price, which appears to be a direct threat of war. And what are people thinking about that, Matthew, and where are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so we are hearing today the U.S. president make a direct threat toward Venezuela, saying that they will take back the so-called monsters, or I believe he's referring to illegal immigrants, or Maduro is going to pay a big price. So that is currently the threat on the table against Venezuela right now. And what are your thoughts about that? And about 50% of the audience said it's the new U.S. war justification, while 21% said the U.S. seems extremely confused, and another 21% said it's just rhetoric, it's not really concrete. So I'll admit this is a little bit confusing right here because, first of all, I want you to note the wording in that post. He mentioned insane asylums. I'm not sure if maybe he's referring to legitimate insane asylums or is he referring to people seeking asylum. I'm not sure which one it is. They're very close together with the wordage there, so I'm not really sure which one that is. But It appears to be this is an entirely different war justification than we were previously sold just yesterday. Yesterday, they were saying that the narco terrorism that Venezuela is conducting is the reason why we should go to war with Venezuela and end that threat. Now we're hearing that apparently it's the insane asylum people that are coming to the United States, which are apparently causing a war to break out. So I'm not sure which one it is at this point. I'm not sure if they're even sure which one it is. It would kind of honestly lend credence back to the idea that what the real reason is we're trying to basically contain China, and they're trying to find basically grasp straws for any which reason they can find to basically find a reason to go to war. That's basically what it seems like to me. So I would say it sounds like the new war justification, but it seems like a really weak one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, yeah, I would have to be with the 49%. It's a new justification. But as far as justifications go, this is way worse than the last one. The last one was actually pretty good, I'll be entirely honest. If we're going to go to war with Venezuela to curb Chinese influence, it was a far better public guise to say that we're going to war with Venezuela because they're supporting illegal narcotics activities, and they're also supporting them in force of arms. That was a far better sort of a claim to going to war with Venezuela than there's some illegal immigrants that are mentally ill that are in America that are from there. Because as far as international law is concerned and foreign policy, having illegal immigrants in your country is your problem. It's not really anyone else's problem, and that's something that a lot of people get confused on. But it's your nation's responsibility to enforce your own borders and to regulate the people who come in and come out. If you didn't regulate it well enough and these people ended up slipping in, that's kind of your problem. That's generally how that's looked at in terms of the world or foreign policy, for that matter. On the other hand, illegal operations like narcotics or attempted slave trades, those are something that is internationally illegal, and there is a great standing for a casus belli on that sort of a provocation or that sort of a claim against a country. And Venezuela fit the bill. I mean, Venezuela is a large supporter, or at least a safe haven for narco operations, and for that reason, there's a very strong casus belli to be had against Venezuela, that the Venezuelan government is supporting that, not only supporting it, but making profits off of it, and if provoked, will protect those narco groups with force of arms, meaning that they're supporting terrorist organizations and can be designated a terrorist state. And that's actually a very good casus belli to work with, and as far as it goes, nobody could really go against that. If you say that we're going to war with Venezuela because of the drug trade and them supporting the drug trade with their own military, everyone in Europe is going to be on board by default because, what's the alternative? You say, no, you think that drug trade should be fine and should be stopped? That wouldn't really look good on an international setting. Even enemy countries like China, Russia, and elsewhere would have to take a at least neutral stance on that, and while they may detest the action, they wouldn't be able to detest the premise that it's built around, at least publicly, because it would be built around curbing some sort of an internationally illegal activity, which is the narcotics trade. Trying to build up a casus belli on forcing the Venezuelans to accept illegal immigrants that have been detained in the United States, which really has no international law or international treaty behind it that would back up a proper casus belli on that, has pretty much thrown away what we could have said was a nicely wrapped presentation for this sort of a conflict, and replaced it with one that's incredibly lackluster, and it wouldn't really stand up too well, at least for people supporting that around the world. A lot of people would go, well, isn't that your problem? At least as far as the foreign ministers would ask from these different countries. So I would have to say that it does sound like a new justification is being attempted against Venezuela, and of course, this is all about curbing Chinese influence, so the actual casus belli that we're trying to create isn't even that important. It's really more so that we just need to get down there and stop the Chinese from building up further influence inside of Venezuela. But if we were going to have one or the other, it would have been a lot better to have had the original justification, which was attempting to stop the illegal narcotics trades in that area, instead of something to do with the mentally ill illegal aliens that are inside of the United States of America currently and have been detained. But
Do you think that maybe the U.S. is getting impatient here, because it looks like we're striking Venezuelan drug boat after drug boat, but really nothing's happening? I think if the U.S. is looking for some type of justification, the Venezuelans are really not providing that, because so far Maduro has not struck back against the United States, and that might have been the U.S. plan. They might have wanted Maduro to strike back, so that way we would have a reason to go to war. it looks like that's not working out that well if that was the plan. So they might be moving on to plan B, which is to now make it an issue about the insane asylum people coming into the United States. And now that is the new crux. Now, if Maduro does not take back the insane asylum individuals, then that's going to be the justification for war. That would seem to be a little bit more straightforward with that justification. Not from a logic standpoint, but just from a justification standpoint, it seems like it could be that way. So I don't know. It seems like, to me, it seems like it's sort of pulling the Americans every which way. Like, we really don't know at this point what the real reason is behind this. And it's making the U.S. government look like they really don't have their act together, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it really doesn't make us look that good. It would have been a lot better, honestly, folks, if we had just stayed with the original line of reasoning because it was fairly sound, actually, as far as the justification, rather than changing it right now and then throwing the whole thing on its head. It's like, are we even going to revisit the whole justification for a war about them supporting illegal narcotics operations, or are we abandoning that effective today and going with this one, which really doesn't have any standing in foreign policy at all, at least for a proper justification? It's like, what are we doing now? We don't even know, and we'll just kind of have to game it out over the next few days and see what the U.S. government's going to say and do. But the first justification was a lot better of a one, because, at least in an underlying sense, this is trying to curb Chinese influence in Venezuela, or that would be the most direct, literal action that we're trying to take in the sense of getting involved in some sort of military operation or war against Venezuela. The problem with that, however...
Also, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
The problem with that, however, is that I actually lost my train of thought, so please go ahead.
Well, I was about to say there real quick, is there even really insane asylums in large numbers in Venezuela? Because I know that they had a mental asylum system down there, but the problem is, though, and once again, I'm not trying to get political with this, I simply am looking for the facts on it. I'm not really seeing anything about Venezuela having a large network of insane asylums. They have some of them, but they don't have, like, like massive insane asylums, according to what I'm reading here. And also, based on what I'm reading, it looks like they're having severe shortages and lacks of services when it comes to mental health facilities. So if they have these people, then apparently they're on the streets. They're not really in the facility.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit of a weird justification. And I really don't know where in the world it's going to go from here. So a little bit odd nonetheless. But moving on from that, we are also hearing at the same time that the United States is threatening war against the Afghans for not giving over Bagram. And if they don't give over Bagram, the word out there on the street, according to the president, is that they're going to pay really dearly for that, which is a threat of war. So we are hearing about that at the moment, and a lot of people are putting in their thoughts on that situation as well. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So while this whole situation in Venezuela is going on, we're seeing the whole war getting started with that thing right there. We're also hearing that Afghanistan is catching a couple strays this time themselves. And right now, the U.S. president is saying that bad things will happen if the Taliban don't turn over Bagram Air Base. And what are your thoughts about that? About 36% said the U.S. is merely bluffing on this one, while 32% said the U.S. is considering strikes, and 24% said the U.S. is considering invasion. And I don't know on this one. I'll be honest with you. This almost seems like a bluff because surely the U.S. government knows that the appetite to go back into Afghanistan is basically slim to none. Nobody really wants to go back there. That was something that pretty much everybody was in agreement on. They wanted to get out of there. We were there for 20 years, and that was considered a forever war. So nobody's really too keen on going back to Afghanistan. And also, we were the ones who gave up Bagram. We're the ones in the United States that said, okay, we're going to turn that over, and we're going to let the Afghani army take it over. Well, that didn't work out too well. It turns out the Taliban took it over pretty quick, and it was a disaster. So it's been a disaster. It's a mistake in the past at this point. So it seems like we're trying to reopen an old wound here, and that's probably not a wise idea. I think the U.S. is considering possibly strikes, but I sort of lean toward the idea it's probably a bluff. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'm a little bit uncertain at the moment. I'd have to be with the unsure and undecided crowd of about 9% because I really could see any one of these happening where the United States conducts an airstrike campaign. I'll be honest with you all, if I had to go with any one of the three, I would go with the 31% and say that we're considering airstrikes against Afghanistan, because it appears that airstrikes are the number one preferred course of action for anything going wrong in the world anywhere, is that if we can't force a quick and cheap ceasefire to it, we just bomb them with a limited airstrike and then fly home. So we incense the people and then we really do nothing else beyond that. So that's what I largely assume out of the three, rather than being unsure what would happen, but really anything could happen at this point. because there really isn't a clear direction right now on where we're going with anything. And it's not out of the question, considering that we conducted a one-night bombing on Iran, and then we conducted an air campaign on the Houthis, which resulted in nothing. They are still intermittently attacking commercial shipping within that area, and a large amount of ships have still made the decision to travel all the way around the Cape of Good Hope instead of going through the Suez as a result of that. And we're also seeing that the United States is conducting limited airstrikes on the Venezuelans to try and provoke them, but isn't going into any direct military action. I generally assume that airstrikes are the most likely path of action, but it's also likely that we could see some sort of an attempted U.S. insertion into Afghanistan to attempt to take and hold Bagram, and then just operate an air base inside of a hostile country. Not really sure what we would do in that sort of a situation, but I can be quite clear with this, folks, because I know this one with 100% certainty. There is certainly no political appetite in the United States to pursue a attempted re-invasion of Afghanistan. I can promise you that. I don't really think anyone on either side would agree that going back to Afghanistan is a good idea, or even threatening to go back to Afghanistan is a good idea, or even incensing the Afghans is generally not a good idea. We generally would just want to leave that alone. A lot of people in the country have a very sour taste in their mouth when it comes to Afghanistan. We were there for 20 years. The government that we attempted to create in the country collapsed within literal weeks after we started to leave. And then on top of that, the U.S. withdrawal itself was bungled at the last minute, leaving a great deal of people that supported the United States behind, and also a good bit of Americans behind as well. And then, of course, a significant amount of equipment, although to be honest with you all, that was going to be left behind either way, because the United States military likes to buy new equipment, then bring the stuff home. You would see the same thing happen in Lebanon in the 80s if you were paying a keen eye to the situation, or really anywhere the United States went for that matter. We usually leave the equipment behind because it's actually cheaper to just build new equipment than it is to try and bring the stuff back home in terms of the cost, which is a little bit weird, but that's actually how it works. Nevertheless, that is something that I think is just a really crazy sort of a thing. And on top of that, y'all, like, I gotta explain to y'all here that that's not going to produce any sort of a good result, because we are openly threatening the Afghans pretty much publicly right now about giving back Bagram to us. So if the Chinese are proactive, which generally they may be, they may actually offer some sort of assistance to the Afghans and arrive at Bagram ahead of us, and sit inside of Afghanistan and say, we're defending the Afghans against illegal provocations, and then bring this to the United Nations. That's something that could be done. So now we might actually be giving the Chinese a primetime opportunity to slip into Afghanistan and into Bagram, and to make sure that we can never re-enter Bagram under any sort of a circumstance at any point in the future for decades, because they will be there instead. So I would
be shocked. I would be shocked right now if the Chinese weren't already at Bagram in some form or another. Now, obviously, I don't think they have like full contingents of Chinese troops there. I don't think that's the case. But I would imagine that since the Taliban is sort of chummed up with China to a large degree, I would say that the odds of Chinese agents at least having some type of presence at Bagram is probably pretty high, at least in my opinion.
I would say that the chances of that are pretty decent, most likely. I mean, we're already hearing some rumors floating around out there in some close circles that it does appear that the Chinese are already at Bagram in a very small degree, and maybe trying to pre-prepare the base for an arrival of Chinese forces. But I also have to put out there that China has a really good reason to go to Bagram right now. The president, while he's in Britain, stated that he wants to retake Bagram because it's within an hour of Western China, and it's also about an hour away from where China produces nuclear weapons. So that gives China a really good reason, with us openly threatening the Taliban right now, to go, hey, you and me have a common enemy, at least in defense, which is the United States. Would you let us base inside of Bagram to defend your skies and our skies against a possible U.S. attempt to retake Bagram? And the Taliban is, of course, going to accept that and say yes. And then the Chinese show up. So I would have to say this is probably not the greatest action to take. And also on top of that, I'd have to add that the Afghanistan situation has come and gone. It's over. We left it and I just got to say this just to be a little bit honest with folks. The guy who's saying that it was a mistake to give up Bagram is the guy who signed the treaty. that said we were going to give up Bagram in the next year after 2020. So it's a little bit hard to sit there and want to redo a bad decision now because it's a little bit too late. It's 5 years later. We already gave up the base. And to get it back at this point, we're going to have to invade the country and retake it by force because the Taliban isn't going to let us in there. So it may as well be a done deal unless we're wanting to get into a whole new war to try and retake Bagram. That's just the truth of it.
And also, you got to be careful getting back into Afghanistan right now because Iran is still on the table. That situation is not completed yet with Iran and Israel. And when that war breaks back out again between those two countries, you're going to then have possibly U.S. troops in Afghanistan right there on the border with Iran. And those might be prime targets for the Iranians if they want to attack them. So if you try to send any U.S. forces into Afghanistan, you've just created yourself a really bad situation when Iran decides to act up again. So, yeah, it just seems very unwise right now. And also, it's like the whole country has been taken over by Taliban in Afghanistan now. The whole country is. And also, the Afghani army that was there that we turned it over to, they weren't able to stand on their own 2 feet. So unless we're planning to occupy Afghanistan or something like that, then I'm not sure what their plan would be with a ground invasion. That's why me personally, I would say the odds of a ground invasion are slim to none. Even if the president wanted to do that, it's probably slim to none because it would be such a disaster right off the bat. It wouldn't be approved pretty much by anybody. If you asked them about it, like a military official, they probably would say that's really not a good idea. But they might do strikes though. That might be something they're going to do. But it's a mess. Like I can't believe they're really considering any type of military action right now over that because it is a mess. And we literally just gave it up years ago. It's like it's not something that was like stolen from us or something. We gave it up.
And also another thing, I saw someone say something that was a good point. I have to explain the caveat to it because it sounds simple in practice, a lot more difficult. It sounds simple in theory, a lot more difficult in practice. Someone said, well, we only have to take the air base. We don't have to take the whole country over. We actually do have to take the whole country back over, or at least a large area around Bagram. Because here's why. If we invade Bagram and we just secure the old perimeter around the airbase, that airbase is inside of a hostile country at that moment. So every single area, all of the perimeters around the airbase are surrounded by the Taliban. And if that goes on for a while, and we know that this would happen because the Chinese are, a little scent of the Chinese is everywhere where America's at, the Chinese are going to secretly go up to the Taliban, like we did against the Soviets back during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and go, hey, would you like some air defense systems to shoot those American jets down when they're landing and taking off at Bagram? And the Afghans are going to go, oh, hell yeah, give that to us. They're going to get a little air defense system here and there, and they're going to pop up in the fields around Bagram, and when an F-15's coming into land or a C-17's taking off, they're going to pop a Stinger at it and shoot the thing down. So then at that point, you're having to create a giant perimeter around this valley around Bagram, or better yet, you're having to pretty much reoccupy the whole country and then pretty much go back on another strike campaign against the Taliban across the whole country to keep them down so that way they can't even get close enough to Bagram to create some sort of an air defense perimeter right around the base. So unless if you take a large area of the country within this region or you occupy the entire country, there's literally no way to make Bagram a usable base. You would take it, the Chinese would give the Afghans air defense, or even smaller ones like manpads, and then the whole base has become useless because we can't even fly flights in and out without a significant threat of them being shot down on approach or takeoff. So that's the big issue there.
Yeah, I think honestly this might end up getting shelved, kind of like the Greenland situation. Y'all might recall there was a threat to invade Greenland a while back. I think hopefully this Afghanistan situation with Bagram turns out to be a bluff, because if it's not a bluff, we might be about to get into a real bad shitstorm in the Middle East. I'm not sure who suggested this as a good idea to the U.S. administration. This is a terrible idea. Venezuela is somewhat arguable. Like, in my personal opinion, you can kind of argue that one might be somewhat rational because it's got the Chinese influence involved with it. But Afghanistan, though, is swarming with Taliban. That's a huge problem. We literally fought the Taliban for 20 plus years. So we don't want to go back there and get bogged down. That was obviously a slog last time to try to even make any ground in Afghanistan. And largely, many people considered it not that productive, to be perfectly honest. So it's just a tough one. I understand why they want Bagram. It's close to China. It's a good front outpost to spy on China. But we should have thought about that back in 2020. That's too late now. It's 2025.
I would have to agree. And also, really quickly, folks, I'm trying to find something here because I see some people, and this is something I want to say really quickly, is that this isn't political, but this is a part of history. And considering that I'm a history person, I don't really like it when history gets rewritten, because I see some people saying, well, no, the current president never intended to leave Afghanistan. That was the last president only, and the current president has no involvement in it. If you go and look at the United States-Taliban deal, which is the treaty that said that all U.S. forces were going to leave the country in 2021, and May 1st of 2021 of that next year, you'll see that that's the signature that was on the treaty, which takes you to him. So it was him who signed the treaty that was agreed to in Doha, that agreed that all U.S. forces were going to leave the country by the 1st of May of 2021. That's not political. That's just literally a historic fact. It's the other administration followed through with it, and it ended up becoming an absolute disaster because of incredibly poor decisions that they made, but making it sound like the current president had absolutely no involvement in agreeing to a deal with the Taliban that would see all U.S. forces withdraw from the country by the 1st of May of 2021 is historical revisionism, and it isn't even true. I mean, you can literally go find the treaty and see his signature on it. He signed off on it. So that's a little bit of a hard one to make. And I can go and try and find that for y'all off air when I get the chance. Really quickly, this may actually be it. Oh, look at this. I think this may actually be the one. I believe this is. Let's see here. Let me see
Is
if
that
it's
the Doha Agreement?
I believe this actually is, because this says that this is a joint declaration between the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the United States of America for oh, this is the Islamic Republic. This isn't the Emirate. We need to find the actual treaty text. Matthew, can you try and find that for me really quickly and send that to me so that way we can get the direct copy on air to show folks? Because a lot of people are not going to believe this until we show y'all a direct copy, because now I saw someone say, oh, Wikipedia, what a joke. But if y'all don't like it doesn't take a scientist, folks, to remember this stuff unless you're not wanting to remember it. Like, don't y'all remember when John Bolton was sitting there talking about how they came to that deal, and they sat there and they got the Taliban leader in Doha, and then the current president, slid a picture of his safe house over to him, and then the Taliban guy said, well, what's this? And he said, I don't know. What do you make of it? And then that's when the Taliban signed the deal, because the leader of the Taliban was scared the U.S. was going to kill him if he didn't agree to the deal. Don't y'all remember that? I mean, that was literally like 5 years ago. That's not that far ago to remember. It's like forgetful memory deliberately to not remember that was a deal that was made by this administration, followed through by the last one, and it ended up being a disaster all around for everyone involved. It was just not a good idea. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on out of the Afghanistan situation, and also it looks like Matthew may have been able to find that. So let me go and get that really quickly, and also, let's see here. And this is the one, the Islamic, let's see, as the Taliban in the United States of America. So this is the agreement right here.
Yeah, the bottom is now once again doesn't have signatures on it. I don't see signatures at the bottom of that document, but it is the agreement that was signed in Doha, though it appears it was signed on February 29th of 2020.
Let's see here. So, let's see here. Is known that see positive relations. The United States will see. Okay, so this is it. So this is the agreement. We unfortunately do not have the signatures, but this was signed off on by the president. So hopefully we can eventually find one like that, because it is out there somewhere. It was signed by the president of the United States, the head of the Taliban, and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. But nevertheless, this is the actual agreement. And if we read through it here, I'll be able to find y'all the part where it says we're going to leave completely by the 1st of May of 2021. So let me go through here, and we'll eventually find that specific...
Also, by the way, just to specify this, because we don't know for a fact if the U.S. president actually signed that or not, based on what I can read, the U.S. president, at least allegedly, did not personally sign the Doha Agreement, which is apparently the document we're looking at right here. It was signed by Taliban officials and other U.S. officials. So the statement that the president signed this, we can't verify that.
And we will look into that a little bit more to see if we can or cannot. But at the moment, we're not entirely sure. But this was signed on February 29th of 2020 by U.S. representatives representing the foreign interest of the United States of America, which would be approved by the president. So there you have it. That's the agreement. If you want to look at it, it's on the Department of State's website. It's not exactly hidden. It's right there. You can see the date on it, which clearly makes it quite clear who in the world was doing that. So, with that, not trying to make it political, but to the folks who are trying to say that it is becoming political, I can't help that some people are so politicized they can't realize that treaties were signed by the people who are in charge right now, or were signed by the representatives that led to the withdrawal of Afghanistan. That's not a political fact. That's just a literal fact of history. Like, if you look back in 80 years, they're going to say that that deal was agreed to in 2020, and it was not at all something that was done by the next administration. Next administration followed through on leaving Afghanistan, but that wasn't something that was signed by their administration at the time, which then led to the withdrawal, or the beginning of the withdrawal. So, anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on out of that news, because we have also been able to hear some interesting news coming out of India, as we were able to hear that the ceasefire inside of India and Pakistan has broken along the line of contact, and firefights have now begun throughout the entirety of the Jammu and Kashmir region along the border. Unfortunately, I will not be able to show y'all the only clip we have. It's from an Indian news agency, and Indian news agencies are fairly litigious, so we will not be able to show any of the clip without it being copyrighted. But ceasefire violations have broken out along the entire line of contact, and of course the Indians are reporting that the Pakistanis shot at them first. The Pakistanis are stating that the Indians shot at them first. Just like the last time, we have no clue who shot at anyone. We just know that there are firefights going on, and within this clip there is footage of the actual firefights that are going on the ground right now in the line of contact. The ceasefire between the two countries is incredibly fragile and has been for months, and we've actually seen another break of the ceasefire about a couple of weeks ago in between the two sides, and it appears that there is an acceleration of hostilities again that is going on in the background, and the ceasefire is incredibly unstable. Considering that India has still not attempted to restart the 1960 Indus water treaties, with the Pakistanis generally suggest that this war will be starting off at some point in the future, although the exact date is indeterminate. Interestingly enough, the Pakistanis are getting into the fall season, which generally is a low time for the water supplies within the region, and this may start to push the Pakistanis to become far more aggressive against the Indians, and possibly begin a asserted campaign into the Kashmir region to be able to try and reach the mountain dams that are currently blocking the flow of water into the Indus River, and attempt to reopen them, allowing for the flow of water into their country, and of course preserving the life of about 360 million people who call Pakistan their nation. At the same time, we are also seeing that the Indians, at least at the moment, have no intention of restarting any kind of diplomatic dialogue with the Pakistanis, at least restarting the treaty, and also have pledged in the past that Operation Sindoor is not yet over, leaving open the possibility for future preemptive strikes against Pakistan by the Republic of India. This situation is fairly difficult, and I would have to be honest with you all, it is guaranteed going to become a war again, at least within the next year for sure, most likely maybe even within just the next half a year, because of the fact that the Pakistanis do not have a steady an accessible amount of water that are coming from the tributaries that are inside of the Jammu and Kashmir region. The Indus River is the most important river in Pakistan and provides about 90% of the fresh water to the country. A lot of the tributaries that form in northern Pakistan to create the Indus River actually start their source inside of India in the Jammu and Kashmir region. That's why the 1960 Indus Water Treaty was such an important one between the two countries, because it laid out that the Indians would ensure every year, along with Pakistani authorities, that a specific cubic metric tonnage amount of water would pass over the dams and into the Indus River, so that way Pakistan would have a steady access of water. Since the last conflict, Operation Sindoor and the border war that occurred between the two countries, we've seen that that treaty was rescinded and has never been restarted. So at the moment, Pakistan is not guaranteed a supply of water, and it's entirely at the benevolence of the Indians if any water is supplied to Pakistan at all. We also know that the Indians are continuing their efforts to try and divert the water to where, according to Modi, not a drop, quote unquote, will be ever brought back into Pakistan again from the tributaries that flow into the Indus, meaning that there is a general ambition inside the Indian government, and has been for a while, to divert the water and pretty much leave the Pakistani nation bone dry with absolutely no water whatsoever into the future. This all started, just to put this out there as well, because, maybe some people might have forgot why this whole thing started. This all started because of a massacre that occurred within the city of Pologram, which is up here in the northern regions of the Jammu and Kashmir province, which was claimed by the Indians to be supported by a Pakistani group, or the Pakistani government, which supported a terrorist group that conducted that attack. That was pretty much the catalyst to start all of this off. The Indians, interestingly enough, it's been months now, we've never seen the Indians provide any full-on proof that the group that was involved in that massacre was actually affiliated with the Pakistani government directly or got any financial or monetary support by the Pakistanis, making the claim somewhat dubious. We're not entirely sure whether or not that group was supported by the Pakistani government. It's a little bit hard to tell, but still, with the lack of clear evidence that's been provided to the public, like, for example, the clear and evident evidence that's provided for Iran supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, which is quite obvious, we don't have that same kind of proof coming forward from the Indians about their claim that the Palagram massacre was instigated by a Pakistani-supported terrorist group. So we don't really know at the moment if that claim was even true to start off the conflict, but the Pakistanis will almost be guaranteed to start the next war because they're going to be having to regain the water supplies that are currently lost right now within the Jammu and Kashmir region controlled by India. A lot of people are talking about the situation at the moment and are wondering whether a war is going to be starting again soon between the two countries or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So now that we're hearing some really heavy gunfire on the border between Pakistan and India, what are your thoughts about where this is about to head to? And it looks like 49% said that war is about to start again soon, while 25% said it's a 50-50 chance right now, and 20% said that war will remain dormant. And I must admit, it's a little bit interesting that all of a sudden there's an allegation that Pakistan broke the ceasefire right after they signed the dual cooperation agreement for defense with Saudi Arabia. Seems a little bit weird. Seems like Pakistan might be feeling a little bit emboldened after signing that defensive pact right there. So I wonder if that has something to do with it. But honestly, though, we predicted this as well. I think that war is going to start again soon. The ceasefire was extremely fragile. It was rushed into, and it's still as fragile as it was when they signed it. So I really don't think it's going to hold up. And obviously, there is a lot of hatred between those two countries, and hatred like that doesn't go away with the signing of a pen. That goes away over centuries. And sometimes it doesn't even go away over centuries. Sometimes it stays there. Like, for example, look at all the fights that Israel's involved with. That's been since the dawn of time, basically, it seems like. So I would say the war is going to start again soon. I'm with the 49%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 49%. This war is guaranteed to start soon because people don't really take it easy when it comes to water rights. Water rights is something that the countries will fight and die over. It's a necessary resource for people to live. And also, by the way, just to put this out there to some folks who don't really get this on the American perspective, this is why wars are fought, is because of situations like these. When the Indians cut off water to about 360 million people in Pakistan, they are going to fight, claw, and kill just about anyone in their way to be able to try and get that water, otherwise they're all going to die. That's why you generally don't want to put yourself in a disadvantageous position as the United States and go out of your way to do that, because something that is a literal life or death situation to Pakistan could also happen to the U.S. if we remain idle and act like nothing's ever a big deal and we can just sell off everything wholesale. A little bit of an important thing to remember there. But with the Pakistanis, they're going to have to start a war against India to try and take control of those dams to reopen the flow of water if the Indians are not willing to meet with them about restarting the Indus Water Treaty, which it doesn't appear that the Indians want to. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, because it's quite obvious that this ceasefire was incredibly fragile and will most likely not last much longer. And also why it was fragile, before some people say that we're just bashing the president to bash the president, because I know it's coming, because it's been going on all night long tonight. The ceasefire is fragile because the whole war started because the Indians said the Pakistanis supported a terrorist group that conducted a massacre within their country. Then when the war started, the Indians rescinded the water treaty that keeps everyone alive in Pakistan because they're able to sip a glass of water every day to stay alive. So now that that was never dealt with, and we just forced the two into a ceasefire somehow, and we never resolved the underlying water crisis situation, it's bound to fall apart because the water crisis situation wasn't dealt with, and because of that, the Indians are continuing to screw the Pakistanis over and pretty much deny hundreds of millions of people any access to stable water supplies. So this is guaranteed to start a new war. There's just no other way around that, and when it happens again, we will be once again dead on the nail. This is coming around at some point. It's only a matter of when, because we never resolved the underlying water issue that came up during the middle of that border war. So moving on out of India and Pakistan, and on out of that foreign policy situation, we are going to be moving on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, because another emerging situation is coming out of the Islamic Republic. Today was a day loaded with news. Good news? I don't really know. Like, to be honest with y'all, it wasn't really the greatest news today, but it was news nonetheless. And we are going to be telling y'all of a fairly concerning development that came out of Iran over the course of the day. But before we get to that, I do want to take a brief moment to answer a couple of questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's jump into our 3 super chat questions before we get right back to our news. And our first one here is going to go to Bass Reeves. And thank you very much, Bass, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And it's that support that keeps the channel running. And once again, we sincerely do appreciate that. He said, for Matt being an OG, and also, by the way, for reference, by the way, Bass had said something earlier. He said, what comes after Bass? And I said, fishing. So that's what it was. But thank you very much, Bass. He said, love you guys. I've been here since 2023 and take a question from the chat and bass fishing.
Hey, I'm bass fishing indeed. And a huge thanks to you for the support, Bass, and helping this channel to keep on running, because you help to keep the fishing with the bass. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and thank you so much for being here since 2023. That's a long time to be here. You've been here for probably about 3 years at this point. And I got to thank you so much for enjoying this channel and supporting it, because folks like you help us to make this kind of news coverage possible day in and day out. So a massive, incredible thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are going to make sure to get that live chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew, in honor of Bass Reeves?
All right, so this one is going to go to AF Kaplan. He said, why is the U.S. even considering going back to Afghanistan, and who or where do you think the leadership got that absurd idea from? Now, AF Kaplan, here is my real quick assessment of why this is suddenly an issue. I think the U.S., and this is just speculation, I want to make that clear right off the bat, I don't have any concrete evidence to back this up. This is purely Enforcer Matt's analysis and speculation based on his opinion. But what I truly believe is I believe the U.S. intelligence agencies might have gotten some type of intelligence indication that the Chinese might be about to move on Bagram, or they might already be there trying to install some type of radar installation or something of that nature. That could be the case. I think that would be the reason for the sudden urgency, and it's a little bit too late for that right now, because we shouldn't have given that up back in 2020 when we signed that agreement, because obviously the Chinese are very close to it, and the Chinese were interested in it as well. So that was expected. And it's not like something that was just thrown out of the blue. That was something that was probably in the works before China even saw us actually pull out of Afghanistan. So that's where the idea came from. The problem is, though, like I mentioned, you really can't fix that mistake without getting into a hornet's nest. That mistake right there was a big one, and we're going to have to just sort of deal with it at this point, in my personal opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, it's a little bit a long and lengthy one, but I'll try and shorten it down as much as I can. The U.S. had a strategic position being in Afghanistan, considering that it is practically smack dab in the middle of Central Asia, which is a position that we had never been able to hold before at any other point in history so far as power projection. It put us in a good spot, in reality. Well, actually, there's a little bit of a correction there. Back when Iran was Persia and it was controlled by the Shah up until 1979 when he was overthrown, we actually did hold this position, but we hadn't held that position since 1979. And now, with us being inside of Afghanistan, we had an air base that was directly along China's western border, and we also had air bases that were along their southern border and their eastern borders as well. So we had a pretty good hold on the Chinese in terms of power projection at that time. After we left, it was probably realized that it was a bad idea. One, because the Chinese are trying to get into Afghanistan. It's become incredibly clear that they are, at least on a public diplomatic level. They've been offering economic incentives to the Afghans, trying to invest inside of Afghanistan. All of those sorts of deals are a one belt, one road sort of a program to create a debt slave out of a country, and then pretty much allow China to do whatever they want inside of Afghanistan. So now with all of that in mind, we're seeing that giving up Bagram was a mistake and leaving Afghanistan was a mistake because now we will never have a chance to re-enter the region or to power project against the Chinese, which are clearly starting to become a significant threat to the United States of America's interests inside of the Eastern Pacific, for example, Taiwan. So for that reason, we're trying to get back in there. The problem is that we already gave up and left. You really can't go back after something like that happens, and it's a whole other can of worms. It's incredibly difficult to do, and that's why this is pretty much a pipe dream, and if it was even tried, it would be an absolute abysmal failure because everyone's going to just preempt us before we could even show up. If we threaten, well, we have threatened the Afghans today with war, so the Chinese are just going to offer the Afghans military protection through a defensive pact, and then the Chinese are just going to fly some forces from the Western Theater Command directly across the border into Afghanistan, and they're just going to camp out at Bagram and make sure that we can never return. So even if we did reinvade Afghanistan, then we're facing down the Chinese military, and then we have to ask ourselves the question, do we want to bomb the Chinese and then get into a third world war over Bagram? And the answer to that will be no. So we pretty much have already sank that boat as far as the foreign policy situation goes, and there's really no way to get that thing back. But really quickly, I do want to make sure that I get this for y'all right here, because I see some people, and I just don't really know how in the world this works, but I see some people still debating whether or not the current president was involved in leaving Afghanistan. And I can actually show you right here. Cannot show you all the clip, but this is a BBC article here from the 29th of February 2020, where the president of the United States addressed the country and told them that we have an agreement on bringing peace and that the U.S. and NATO allies have agreed to withdraw all troops within 14 months if the militants uphold the deal of not starting a new offensive or attacking NATO forces until May 1st of 2021, which was the day that we were supposed to be completely gone from the country. So, it's really hard not to make that sort of a statement. That's what happened. It's like not political, that's historical. That's exactly what happened. There's the history behind it, the proof of it, everything in between. So I hope that does address that the best I can as well, because that's just history. I can't really do much more about that. So with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one, but a huge thanks to you once again for support, Bass Reeves, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep it rolling, and if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here today and continue our news coverage like we have been for years. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Danny B. And thank you very much, Danny, for that $50 support as well. Extremely generous of you, and it's good to see you once again. And Danny said, good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here, and off early tonight, so I get to watch the whole stream. And so what you're saying is we're ready to go rounds with everybody but Russia.
Yeah, yeah, we're ready to go to war with everyone in the world but Russia. And that was also something that we were talking about before the air. We're like, wow, we're threatening to go to war with everyone everywhere in the world except for the Russians. And that's something that you would feel like is a bit of an imminent issue, but that's exactly what's going on right now, because we're about to get into the news later tonight that we're actually withdrawing all funding and support at all from the Baltic states, and we're pretty much telling them that they're on their own completely, and they're going to have to count on the Europeans for their defense. Although the Russians are continuing to provoke those countries, just provoked them yesterday by flying three MiG-31s through Estonian airspace for about 12 minutes, and they're continuously saying that the Baltic states are trying to prepare some sort of an armed offensive into Russia to try and create a defensive casus belli, to create a false flag, and then invade those countries whenever they deem it necessary. It's a little bit crazy with that. I just do not understand what is going on anymore with this sort of a thing. Because it's like, Afghanistan wasn't even a problem. Afghanistan was done and over with. It was a disaster, it was a mistake, but it's one that cannot be undone. And it was over. And the Venezuela situation, while it's one that we have to deal with, it's one that we could deal with later. And, we're dealing with it right now in the middle of a possible war with Russia, or possibly even China and Taiwan here in the future. And then we're withdrawing support from the Baltics. And I can actually see it, folks. Like, it's the craziest thing. And I can see this, Danny B, to be honest with you here, is that if we left the Baltics high and dry and Russia invaded the Baltics, and because the rest of NATO was just scared to confront them because there was no U.S. backing or support or messaging on what they should do, the Russians actually took the Baltics, I could promise you that in about 2 years from now, the president would also be saying that it was an absolute mistake that the Baltics were lost. Who in the world did that? Because there were loads of air bases in the Baltics that were just 50 to 70 miles away from St. Petersburg, which is the second largest city in Russia. I'm sure that sort of statement would be made as well, and it would be completely amiss that this idea of the U.S. packing up and leaving everywhere is not a great idea. It's actually a bad idea, because it's a little bit interesting to me as well that the justification that we gave to the Baltics today was that we're cutting all funding and support to them in any sense or any way because we're trying to focus on home defense, while the same time, on the very same day, we're threatening to invade Afghanistan and retake Bagram because we're trying to power project against the Chinese. So what is it? Are we focusing on home defense, or are we still global policing? Because even still the message isn't clear. To the Baltics, we're telling them that we're just doing some, home defense. To everyone else in the world, to the Afghans today, we're telling them we're trying to power project against the Chinese, step out of our way or we're going to invade you all and there's going to be trouble. So I don't even, and it's also, that it just doesn't really make any sense at all. Like, that's really the main thing about this, is that there is no clear direction on anything. Like, we're pulling out of Europe, which is a massive mistake, much like pulling out of the Middle East or Afghanistan is a big mistake. And then at the same time, we're telling everyone in Europe, oh, it's just because, we're starting to focus on America and home defense. And then everywhere else in the world, we're threatening to invade everyone because we're trying to power project and still be the world police. So it's like, what is it? Like, what is the foreign policy prerogative right now, or the objective? We don't have a clear one, and it's different from region to region, which makes
It's
no
almost
sense.
like It's almost like we're getting bogged down everywhere, so that way when something eventually does pop off between Russia and NATO members, that we can kind of have a reason to say, hey, look, we can't really honor Article 5 right now because we're too busy in Afghanistan, we're too busy in Venezuela. You're just going to have to take care of that on your own. Good luck with Russia. And hopefully that's not the case, and that's just my speculation, but it seems like we're getting bogged down with issues that which aren't that pressing right now, where obviously the most pressing issue is Europe. It's like Europe's at risk right now because Russia's threatening it, and Russia is going over the top trying to threaten all the Baltic states especially. So it seems like the worst time possible to back off support of the Baltics, a terrible time to do that. So I just don't know. Like, honestly, if you ask someone who's even considered an expert right now to say what is the strategy, they would have a hard time telling you what the strategy was, because it's just confusion. It's a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, we sit there and say that we have loathing for the Europeans and that they just mooch off of America, so we're just going to leave them on their own. And then at the same time, that's what we said. Like just to say this, because this is what is making no sense to me. We said the Afghans were mooching off of America back in the day, and that's why we had to completely leave. Is that we're going to be there forever, pouring money into a pit that won't ever return anything. And now we're saying that Bagram was our return, and it was a shame that we left it because we actually did get out a return out of being in Afghanistan, which was the power projection we got out of Bagram. And we're doing it like we're also doing the same thing in quiet inside of Syria and Iraq, is that practically all U.S. forces that were in Syria and Iraq have left by now. That was happening over the past few months, and we brought it up a little bit on the channel. We're like, that's not really a good idea, especially with Zelensky's government clearly being what is nearly akin to a terrorist regime at this point inside of Syria, and also the fact that we're possibly going to be going up against Iran in the future. It's not really a good idea to pull U.S. forces out of these areas because the Iraqi government and army is generally unstable. It's somewhat stable, but somewhat unstable, and they may not be able to hold themselves down or deal with the al-Nusra and other groups inside of Iraq. And in the meantime, in Syria, we're possibly letting what may become a future-aligned pro-Iran or pro-Russian government possibly steamroll the SDF, which was the American-aligned faction in Syria, because there is no U.S. peacekeeping force stopping that from happening there, so that we might be able to curb the course of events in the future with the future of Syria. So we're doing the same things down there in Syria and Iraq that we did in Afghanistan and are saying is a mistake, and we're pretty much doing the same things in Europe right now as well. And I just don't really know what the hell's going on anymore. It just doesn't make any
Also,
sense.
Did you hear one of the U.S. ambassadors? I can't remember which one it was, and also don't say his name, by the way. I don't want to name off individual people, but I heard one of the ambassadors, I think it was a NATO ambassador or something like that from the U.S., had said something like the threat that Russia poses is overblown or something like that to NATO, which is obviously insane. Obviously, the threat is not overblown. Russia's literally flying jets over NATO airspace, sending drones into Poland. I mean, obviously, the threat is real. It can't get any more real than that. But it just shows you, like, it seems like they don't understand what's going on right in front of them. And this is not attacking from a political perspective. This is simply talking from common sense. Everything that it happens to do with a politician can't be political. It just can't be. We can't get to that point in America where we can't state facts and then people want to be like, oh, yeah, you mentioned a politician, so it's political. I'm sorry, folks. Too bad. But they're saying right now that Russia's really not that big of a threat while they're literally basically attacking NATO countries. So I just don't get it. This is why you have to have people that are generally educated in geopolitics. I get the fact people don't like people that are too academic. I understand that sentiment. But at the same time, though, they have to have a working knowledge of geopolitics. You can't go into a courtroom as a non-lawyer and expect to be a good lawyer when you haven't even gone to law school. That is just common sense. And most of these people that are working in this field right now from the United States are not even really well versed in geopolitics. In fact, their background is not even in that category, most of them. Some of them are, but there's also a huge portion that aren't. So it's really just a huge problem with education at this point.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And also it's just people living in fantasy land. Like they don't listen to advisors, they don't listen to experts on the situation, they don't even listen to really common sense. Like threatening a war with Afghanistan is literally it wasn't even a priority. It was over with. It was done. It was a terrible thing. It was a mistake. It was like Vietnam. It was a thing that was over. We're gone. We can't go back and change the past. It's over. We're not at Bagram. We can't get it back. So threatening the Taliban is not just something that's a one and done thing. Like, oh, he's just running his mouth. Like, and this is, I think, what people don't understand. Everyone's used to the president just running their mouth and saying stuff. But the problem is that this one has real consequences. Because what we're doing right now is that we're giving the Chinese a blank check to put whatever they want into Afghanistan. Because now the Chinese foreign ministry can go to Afghanistan and tell them, okay, the Americans have directly threatened to come back here and start killing all of y'all again. So how about we set up in your country and we sign a defensive pact with you so that way we can use your country as a power projection base for China into the Middle East, and on top of that, y'all get protected from America. And the Afghans would agree to that 100% because they're sitting there thinking right now, we don't know. They might actually bomb us again or invade us again. And now the Chinese have a foot in the door because we just sat there and gave them one. I mean, that was like people sit there and say, oh, it's trolling, it's yapping, it's just for fun, and it's just for kicks. But when you say stuff out there, especially on a foreign policy level, you're literally opening the door and inviting other people to take advantage of our public statements and use them against us, like the Chinese. So, with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you, though, Danny B, for the support and helping this channel keep on running. And also, thank you for being here early tonight. That's great to hear that you are here early. But it's a confusing mess at this point. Like, I can't even kid it, folks. Like, that's not even political. It's a confusing mess, worse than it's ever been, and it makes no sense. It's even hard for us to analyze it or make sense of any of it at all at this point because it doesn't make any sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're on into the rest of the news.
All right, so this one goes to Crusher Guy, and thank you very much, Crusher Guy, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, subscribe, people. Let's get these hardworking guys moved up in the YouTube algorithm. And thank you very much, Crusher Guy, for the kind words, by the way. We are super close to 500K, by the way. We were like literally, I think, 3,000 away or something like that. So yeah, 3,000 away almost. So getting super close, and I just can't wait to see it when we finally hit that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And we're actually 5,000 away, 2,750 subscribers away right now from hitting 500,000. So please, folks, do subscribe. We would love to have y'all here, and hopefully we'll be able to get on up there to the top, hopefully. So with that, I hope that does address that the best that we can, and it is time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support. And moving on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to cover the rest of the news for the night, we were able to hear that apparently the missile test that we heard about a couple of days ago was actually conducted by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and was a successful test of Iran's first intercontinental ballistic missile, which now has enough range to be able to strike all of Europe. At the same time today, we also heard that the IAEA is now going to be no longer allowed in Iran, as Iran is suspending all cooperation with the IAEA from this point forward. The IAEA is the United Nations Nuclear Observer Group, which goes around from country to country and makes sure that the countries that do have nuclear technology that are not supposed to be using it for weaponry are using it for peaceful means. So now they will not be able to come into the country again to be able to inspect anything that the Iranians are doing and make sure they're not developing a nuclear weapon. And the Iranians just made an ICBM that can now be fired at the whole of Europe, including the United Kingdom and the Scandinavian nations as well. So, with that in mind, the Iranians, if they do get a nuclear weapon, at this point at least, are now able to vaporize pretty much anyone in the United Kingdom or the Scandinavian countries, and slowly yet surely, they're going to be pushing that along to where they'll be able to vaporize millions of people in the United States with a nuclear weapon at some point in the future. So, to the people who said the Iranians do not have the ability to create a missile that will be able to threaten the United States, and therefore it's not our problem, they're getting there slowly yet surely. This was a huge upgrade to their range from today, because recently, the farthest range missile they had, I believe, was the Karam Shahar, which was able to reach Austria and a little bit of Poland. Now they have a missile that can reach all of Europe, so that's already a massive leap in range and ability by the Iranians, and the next leap will probably start to put the eastern seaboard of the United States under nuclear threat, and the next leap after that will put the whole of the continental United States, including the states of Alaska and Hawaii, under threat of a nuclear attack by Iran. So it's quite clear that they're back on the track of trying to get an ICBM and nuclear weaponry, so that way they can not only try and attack Israel with a nuclear weapon, but can directly attack and target anyone in the Western world and kill them within minutes with a nuclear weapon. So it does appear that a lot of people are talking about that at the moment and what they're thinking about what the Iranians are up to. Because do y'all smell what the Iranians are cooking? Because it tastes like metal to me. But Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Oh, Iran, Iran. What a terrible thing they found themselves in once again. And we have heard that Iran has formally suspended cooperation with the IAEA, which the enforcer just mentioned, after they conducted a successful ICBM test the other day that we saw on camera, and we showed that on the stream the other night. So what is happening? What is going on with Iran? It seems like they're making some big money moves here. 69% said Iran is 100% developing nukes again, while 22% said Iran never stopped the nuke program, and 5% said Iran is merely angry and retaliating, and it's a nothing burger. So I would say it's pretty clear that Iran is developing nukes again. They're literally testing a delivery system, and they're also cutting off cooperation with the nuclear watchdogs. If you don't get any clearer than that, I'm not sure what else we could get to get the situation much clearer. So I would say that they're definitely doing that. They probably never stopped, is the truth of it, but they're definitely ramping it back up again, or otherwise they would not be cutting off cooperation with the nuclear watchdogs. So I would imagine that Israel is sitting over there in the corner right now, drooling like a pit bull, and thinking about the days when they're going to attack Iran again over this issue, because I'm sure it's coming very, very soon, and honestly, it's warranted, because Iran cannot get their hands on a nuke that can be launched from an ICBM. That would be devastating, much, much more severe than anything that North Korea posed as a threat when it comes to nuclear weapons. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'm with the 69% as well. Nice. That say that the Iranians are 100% developing nukes again. Here in a little bit, folks, you're about to hear Bibi ask the supreme leader of Iran, "Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Like, why are you regulated? Why are you hiding in that bunker? You should be able to hide wherever you want, like under a rock." She'll hit him with a 2,000-pounder. But it's coming around again that there will be another war with Iran because they are developing nuclear weapons. It's quite clear, folks. It's incredibly clear. And even still, what's even more concerning is that they now have an ICBM as of today, which means that they can now hit anything in Europe. And then that's going to turn into anything in America. And that's a big concern. That's a really big concern because now people are going to start coming under the nuclear gun of the Iranians. And soon it will most likely happen. So we have to make sure that Iranians do not possess a nuclear weapon of any type at any point in the future. We need to stop that entirely. So for that reason, we need to go back and do whatever we need to against the Islamic Republic of Iran to ensure that they do not have a nuclear weapon. That is
Isn't
just
that isn't that like something? Isn't that something there that would actually be a worthwhile thing? Like now here's the thing, folks. And once again, I want to make it clear: I don't hate politicians. Like now, I understand politicians have their own objectives, and for that reason, I'm very weary of politicians. But me personally, I run down the middle in my personal life when it comes to politics. It used to not be like that. I'll admit it. But these days, after learning enough about the political system, I run down the middle. I don't take sides anymore. But this is something that would be worthwhile. If the president said, okay, we're going to have to go back into Iran with the B-2s and hit their nuclear sites again, we're going to have to do it. It's going to be necessary. I'd be like, okay, that's a fair point. We should have done that the first time, but he's going to go back the second time a few months later, and he's going to tend to it. So that's good. That would be worthwhile. But saying things like we're going to do something to Afghanistan, or potentially they're going to have hell to pay in Afghanistan if they don't hand Bagram back, that's not worthwhile, because what's more important? A base that we abandoned voluntarily back in 2020, or Iran creating a nuke that can reach Europe and the United States eventually? I would say the nuke is obviously the bigger issue. So that's why we should focus on something that's more important. Don't get distracted by the squirrel in Afghanistan. The squirrel can wait. We have a huge monster, as they call them, monster inside of Iran right now that we have to deal with, or otherwise we're going to end up with a much more extreme North Korea situation in the Middle East that is probably 5 times worse than Kim Jong-un having their hands on nuclear weapons.
I would have to say that I would agree with that. It would seem like that would be one of our top priorities right now. That's actually one that's an imminent priority and an imminent threat that has to be dealt with. Instead, we're coming up with ones like we're coming up with stuff like we don't already have a lot to deal with right now, like a nuclearizing Iran. Like we're coming up with problems like Bagram, which isn't even a problem, and it's done for. Like there's no going back on that. And we're also coming up with the Venezuelans being a problem when that could be dealt with in a couple of years. And before someone, like I saw someone say we're soft on Venezuela. No, if you want to deal with Venezuela, you could still deal with it within this guy's term in like 3 years from now. And then on top of that, that becomes whoever else's problem is going to be the next president. And that becomes their problem, not yours, and you even got to start it anyways. That could be dealt with then when we make sure that the Chinese aren't invading Taiwan and World War III isn't breaking out in Europe. So there's time for it, just not right now, later. But the Iranians are one that's happening right now. We already knew a while ago that they were about months away from producing a nuclear weapon. We hit a large amount of their nuclear sites. We did not achieve what we wanted, and now they're back on the path of creating another nuclear weapon. So quite obviously, right now, that's the main problem we can deal with. The Russians, we could, of course, sit there and try and prepare to deal with them. And the Chinese, we could sit there and try and prepare to deal with them. But Iran is a problem right here and right now, because they are, once again, not that far away from getting a nuclear weapon and using it. So we have to stop them if we don't want that to happen. And so with that, we are going to be moving on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran and on into Egypt for a brief little pit stop, as we were able to hear the U.S. Army and our allies, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, were conducting a combined arms live fire exercise during Bright Star 25 at the Mohammed Nagub military base in Egypt. You can also see a Egyptian F-16 and also I believe that is a Greek Apache, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty cool. So nice to see a little joint exercise going on between the United States and our allies in the region, and hopefully they can count on us to do the right thing when it comes to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Also, by the way, North Korea has provided, according to some, nearly $10 billion in military aid to the Russian Federation over the course of the war since their involvement in about late 2023. So they are absolutely getting deeply involved in supporting the Russian Federation with arms and equipment. In the meantime, we also were able to hear the Russians are getting deeply involved in supplying weapons to the Italian mafia, apparently. Kalashnikovs without serial numbers and ammunition from Russian state factories are entering Italy through Sicilian ports and Friulian passes. From what we're understanding, at the moment, Italian police are starting to find an increase in police sting operations against the mafia in southern Italy, a larger amount of Russian-made AKs, as well as ammunition that do not have serial numbers. At least the guns do not have serial numbers on them, and the ammunition appears to be fresh and coming from the Russian Federation. Considering that the importation of both of these weapons is completely banned inside of Italy, this is making it quite clear, at least at the moment, that the Russian Federation is trying to support illicit and criminal activities within Italy. If y'all don't know this is actually a little interesting side fact here. Italy actually was the home of the mafia, and during the time of Mussolini, And also, at the exact same time of the prohibition in the United States, a lot of the mob-like Italians started to show up in America because they were being deported by Mussolini's chief of police to the United States. They showed up, and then they started to collectivize a large amount of the mafias that you would see in places like Chicago and New York and Philadelphia and so on and so forth, in most of the major cities, including Detroit. And that's really where the American mob problem came from, was a mix of the prohibition and also the perfect arrival of a lot of Italian mafia members from southern Italy, from the former Kingdom of Two Sicilies, that showed up in America at the exact same time. And that's why we had the large mafia issue for about the next 50 to 60 years or so. And the mafia still exists in some degree or form, although much smaller in the present day. So a little bit interesting with that, a very interesting sort of a thing. And some of y'all would be like, hey, why in the world did the mafia even exist in the first place in Italy? Oh, that's a great question. Back in the day, before Italy was Italy was a multitude of different countries. Let me actually show you what Italy looked like in about 1850, which would be right before the Unification Wars. So this is what Italy actually looked like in 1829, and it was an amalgamation, a lot like Germany was through most of history, of different nation states. And it actually appears that this is some sort of a GIF that actually shows the evolution of those borders inside of Italy leading up to the Unification Wars. But let me see really quickly if I can just find y'all a stabilized map that would show what it looked like back then. Let's see, it doesn't really look like there's a lot of them. A lot of people don't like to show that for some reason, so I'll just go back to this one. So, there were several kingdoms at the time, including the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, Sardinia, Piedmont, the Papal States, which is the modern-day Vatican, but used to be an entire country within central Italy that controlled the whole of Rome. And then there was also a bunch of smaller countries further up to the north, like Tuscany, the Duchy of Parma, the Duchy of Modena, and also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there were some countries within this area, like Lombardia and Venetia, that were also independent countries. Two Sicilies was a very backwards country all the way up until the Unifications Wars. It was actually Sardinia Piedmont, if I'm not mistaken, that unified the whole country as Italy during the Unification Wars of the 1850s and 60s. But the Kingdom of Two Sicilies suffered from a high rate of poverty and also a low amount of literacy, leading to a lot of people in unified Italy packing up their bags and boarding the next ship to leave to the United States. That's the reason why, around the turn of the 20th century, one of the largest groups entering the United States of America during that time was the Italians. Then, and when Benito Mussolini came to power, he continued to try and crack down on the high crime rates because of the lack of any kind of economic progress or opportunities inside of southern Italy, and he started to have a load of the crime bosses deported from Italy and given tickets to go straight to the United States of America, which further helped the mafia to continue to grow their influence in a lot of the major cities. That's why if you ever hear about the mafia in Italy, you'll usually hear that they're the Sicilian Mafia, because they actually come from the former Kingdom of Two Sicilies. So a little bit of a historical fact for y'all there about why in the world the Mafia even exists in Italy, or where in the world the American Italian Mafias came from, which is pretty much from southern Italy. Moving on from that, we also heard that there was a major cyber attack today within Belgium and the United Kingdom, as the Belgian airport of Brussels had to cancel about half of the flights this Sunday due to the ongoing disruptions from the cyber attack. The United Kingdom also blamed the Russian Federation as well for the cyber attacks inside of their country, and stated that it was a direct attack coordinated and conducted by the Kremlin. Moving on from that and into the United States of America, we also were able to hear that according to a statement by the CSIS, which I believe is the Center for Strategic Information Studies or something along those lines, according to a quote today from their Defense and Security Department analysis, yet the United States is not fully prepared for the rapidly changing character of warfare. Its defense industrial base is not ready for a protracted conflict, and its defense budget is significantly lower than at any point during the Cold War as a percentage of gross domestic product. So it does appear that the CSIS is also generally agreeing with our assessment that the United States needs to start ramping itself up and getting ready for war, and also getting into the drone warfare field as well. Moving on out of all of the also, by the way, one more thing, we did put out a strongly worded letter today about the Russian violation of Estonian airspace, and that was our response to the matter. Speaking of which, we also got some information, a little bit more at least, on that Estonian airspace violation. We were able to see the flight path the Russians took, and apparently the information that was given by some yesterday that they were flying orbits around Estonian airspace airspace is untrue. These MiG-31s beeline their way straight through Estonian airspace for 12 straight minutes, pretty much flying the whole length of the thing on its northern end, right next to the capital of Estonia as well. So that's actually a little bit of additional news to hear. They actually flew well through Estonian airspace and just treated it like it didn't even exist at all. So a little bit shocking with that one, but nothing new. The Finnish president also called the action completely irresponsible. This was a statement by Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland. The flagrant violation of Estonian airspace is an irresponsible act by Russia. We stand with our neighbor and ally Estonia. NATO and the Allies responded quickly and decisively. This should be seen in the context of Russia's recent actions, not as an isolated incident. In the Article 4 consultations requested by Estonia, we will establish a joint situational awareness and discuss the way forward. The Eastern Sentry already launched is part of our response. Pressure on Russia's warfighting capabilities is also being increased by EU's robust 19th sanctions package. So it does appear that the Finns, at least, are standing with the Estonians and trying to provide them at least moral support at the moment for the flagrant violation of their airspace that was conducted yesterday. And in the meantime, folks, we actually have a very interesting poll for all of y'all about what y'all consider to be the top priorities right now of the Western world, or at least the United States, in terms of our foreign policy prerogatives. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well? Because it actually looks like it's a fairly split sort of an idea amongst most people.
All right, so this is sadly a poll right here. I'm only allowed 4 options on it. Now, obviously, there are many more combinations of the geopolitical priorities, but I believe these are the most popular ones right here. So it looks like the most popular option with 32% of the vote is number 1 being Russia, number 2 China, number 3 Iran, and number 4 is North Korea. Now, I will say this without reading them all off, because it could get confusing to read them all off on the poll right here. Me personally, I would say that Russia is number 1. They would obviously be number 1 in geopolitical priorities for the U.S. right now because they're threatening NATO directly. So Russia is number 1. They're actively aggressing on us. Number 2, I would say, is China, in my personal opinion, because China is a major adversary. Right now, they're in the shadows a little bit, but they are funding Russia's war against Ukraine, and they're also cyber attacking daily on NATO allies, and they're doing all kinds of psychological campaigns. So China is certainly a massive threat, not as blatant as Russia, but they are definitely the runner-up. Number 3, I would definitely say, is Iran. They're developing nukes, and that country cannot be allowed to have nukes. That's obvious as well. And number 4 would be North Korea, in my opinion, because North Korea is supplying Russia, and North Korea is acting as a conduit for China to send weapons to Russia. So I'm with the 33%. I think that's the perfect order right there, in my personal opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would generally be with the 33% as well. I believe that that is the proper sort of an order. But honestly, I would bump up the Iranians to actually be number 2 and China number 3, because China is going to most likely be an issue on in the very late 2020s and early 2030s with their attempted attacks on Taiwan that will most likely be coming up by then. Iran is an imminent threat that is once again going to be coalescing within the next year. And Russia is a threat that's most likely going to be within just the next months. So I would say that I would actually prioritize them very similarly to the 34%, but switch the position of Iran and China for Iran to be number 2 and China to be number 3. China is a huge threat, a massive one, but at least as far as what we are dealing with today and who are our biggest problems today, China is a huge problem tomorrow, but not today. So I would say that Iran should be bumped up in priority, but I generally would agree with the 34%. I really don't see right now Venezuela really registering in a top 4 option. They are probably like a number 5 or a number 6 problem at the moment and could be dealt with later. I mean, it's a lower priority sort of a deal. It's not that big. The Chinese getting involved in a country like that in South and Central America is nothing entirely new, and even if they did get heavily entrenched in Venezuela, as long as the Chinese military is not in Venezuela, then we could deal with them at any point and be fine. So I generally would have to say that, in my opinion, I don't really think Venezuela is that important, at least with curbing Chinese influence for now. That's something we could deal with in a couple of years, and that makes that one of the lowest, and on top of that, the threat that Venezuela poses, on top of them not really being an imminent problem right now, puts them pretty low on the priority list, at least in my opinion. We could give that a long amount of time and revisit that later and still be fine and still pull it off perfectly while focusing our priorities on larger situations and problems that exist right now, which is 100% the Russians. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. at least in my opinion. And also moving on from that, we were able to hear that the Swedes are now saying that they're increasing their readiness and put out this really cool picture of a Gripen. According to the Swedes, this is from the Swedish Ministry of Defense, the Forsvarsmakten. Unfortunately, I can't really speak Swedish too well, but the Swedes said, for some time now, we've increased the readiness of our fighter aircraft and forward deploy capabilities on Gotland. This allows us to respond faster and more effectively to Russian activity in and over the Baltic Sea. We are watching closely. And nice to hear. Good little word from the Swedes. And good to see a Gripen. The Gripens are cool. Moving on from that, we also heard that the United States today is going to be halting all support to the Baltics. The Pentagon informed European diplomats that the U.S. will partially halt military assistance, which in prior statements was full military assistance to Baltic nations and NATO states bordering Russia. So we are now cutting, at least from what we have heard in prior statements, all funding to the Baltics, and there's literally no U.S. forces there right now. So the funding side of things that was helping them out with training was really our only assistance, which was equivalent to about $500 million a year. We're cutting that completely to all Baltic states, and apparently we're also going to be cutting any funding to help out the Polish as well, because they border the Russian Federation, at least according to the statement today. The U.S. Army of Europe and Africa, which currently is based inside of Poland as a part of the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division, and also largely under the command of 5th Corps, which is headquarters out of Poznan, will still be inside of Poland, but any further assistance to Poland or the Baltic states is non-existent. Additional details were provided by the U.S. government, and the reasoning why was because, and I quote, the United States is focusing primarily on home defense, and therefore the Europeans need to stand on their own two legs. So, you know, in the meantime, we're threatening to go to war with Venezuela and Afghanistan, so take that for what you will, generally with a grain of salt, because while we're apparently focusing on home defense, we're literally about to go to war in the middle of Central Asia and also in the middle of South America, which, to be entirely honest with y'all, doesn't really seem exactly like home defense. That sounds more like global offense in different realms, but the ones that count, at least for the moment. So, you know, with that, I hope that gives my 2 cents on it, but still a little bit crazy nonetheless. Also, on top of that, speaking of which, the Czechs weighed in, at least the Czech president weighed in today on what he believed should have been done, and according to Peter Pavel, he stated, in this case, Russia will very quickly realize that it made a mistake and crossed the permissible limits. Unfortunately, this is balancing on a verge of conflict, but in the face of evil, one cannot retreat. Russia will behave as we allow it. I gotta be honest with you, that statement by Peter Pavel goes hard. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of the Czechs and the way they think. Also, their foreign minister follows us on Twitter, Jan Lipovsky, so that's also pretty cool as well. But beyond that, I would have to agree with the Czech president here. He is entirely 100% in the right that the Russians will behave as we allow it, not as they please. That is a great way of looking at it, and I think that's the way it should be looked at. Also, I gotta be honest with you, man. Peter Pavel looks like a guy who doesn't take any crap, just to be entirely honest.
I'll tell you what, he said, I'm from the Czech Republic. I'm going to check them. Man, Pavel's going to check those Russians and see what's their problem, I guess you could say. Also, that guy's got a nice uniform, too. He's got like 4 stars on the little sides of the shoulders and stuff. He's got the thing going together. Look at that.
Man, honestly, dude, he's going to check them, and then when they get shot down, he's going to say, checkmate. Like, he's going to be like, got him. Man, that goes hard. Honestly, we got to put that on a shirt. The Russians will act as we allow it, or something like that. That was a pretty good one. But still, I appreciate the Czechs for that sort of a sentiment. And hopefully that'll be one that starts to attach to the rest of Europe, at least, because the United States is a whole other can of worms. Anyways, inside of the Russian Federation, we were also able to hear that the Russians will be seizing the financial assets of international Satanists. So that's pretty much code word for Americans. If you're an American, you're an international Satanist, at least according to the Russians. We also were able to hear that Putin reportedly believes that the President of the United States is unlikely to provide significant support to bolster Ukraine's defense, and that apparently has started to embolden the Russian Federation to try and continue on the war as long as they can, and also generally try and just pretty much push the Ukrainians as much as possible into a defeat, considering that U.S. support is not really going to be a near possibility. And that actually leads us on into our next poll, which I was trying to do right there. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so to recap the poll question real quick, it says analysts say that Putin has concluded in his own judgment that military escalation on Ukraine is best to force a Russian victory inside of Ukraine. And do you agree with that conclusion? 50% said yes, Russia will escalate on Ukraine mainly, while 22% said Putin really has no strategy to even speak about, and 21% said no, Russia is focusing on NATO instead. And honestly, I would have to say I actually disagree with the analysts this time. I would say that Russia is actually changing its focus away from Ukraine and moving its focus over to NATO. Because I would say that is a mark of desperation because we're seeing the gas crisis, we're seeing the economic crisis. Also, Russia generally is floundering on the front lines in Ukraine. So they're looking for a new out. And their way to do that, in my personal opinion, is they're going to start doing aggressions against NATO countries like Poland, Estonia, Latvia, etc., until they finally provoke a situation where NATO has to address it, or there might be something, maybe a new distraction for the Russians to focus on outside of Ukraine because they're failing there right now. So they need something to take the focus off of that. And I think they're going to try to do something to NATO to sort of take the focus off of it. So I'm actually with the 22%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that I would be with the 22% as well. I would believe the Russian Federation is gearing up for a war with NATO because while they are thinking that U.S. support isn't likely, the Ukrainians are still whipping ass. Like, there's no holding back on that. The Ukrainians are pretty much the reason why the Russian economy is failing because they keep just obliterating every oil refinery in the country to the point that they don't have any fuel any longer, and the nation is gripped with a fuel shortage for that reason rather than any other. So while the Russians may be thinking that they could try and push the Ukrainians on the front, that's generally proven to not be that successful, and so the Russian Federation will go to the next thing that's hurting the country, which would be NATO sanctions, and also NATO at large continuing to support Ukraine by any means, which means that they'll most likely try and move to escalating with NATO, like we've already been seeing just over the past few weeks. So I would have to generally agree with the 22% as well. I would believe that the Russian Federation is most likely going to be focusing on NATO instead of Ukraine, where they're really seeing no success, and they're actually suffering some pretty significant defeats on the northern flank of the Pokrovsk battlefield right now. And moving on out of that news, and speaking of some refinery hits, the Ukrainians put the lights out on another Russian refinery at Novokubishevsk again by hitting it with another drone attack, which we saw in this clip.
Вот летит. Вижу. Он на увек ёбнулся.
Didn't we see this one last night?
You know, actually, I'm pretty sure we did.
I think so.
they said it was the Novokubishevsk refinery, but that was the Saratov refinery. Let me check the duplicate clip because these clips said that it was the Novokubishevsk refinery. This one.
That one
is the Novokubishevsk refinery. The other people were just trying to clout farm, like it's whoever posted that. But the Novokubishevsk refinery is on fire. And with that, that's the end of the clip right there. Fairly interesting to see. And with that, we are going to be moving on out of the area of Samara and further on down and into Dagestan, as we were able to see some significant flooding happening within this area. And we're going to be muting that. That has copyrighted audio in it. But the flooding is quite significant. And it does appear that they are having to deal with another significant issue, at least at the moment.
Oh, the hell? This guy's got like... Oh my God, he's got stilts. Like I was about to say, like that's actually pretty decent. He made some like 2x4 stilts. That's pretty good right there. But yeah, it didn't work too well.
Yeah, I would have to say. Also, a big apology to Tony J. I accidentally clicked the wrong button on you. I was trying to get something else, and it looks like I accidentally clicked to ban you there, so I didn't mean to, so I just want to apologize to that on air. But anyways, we are moving on into our next clip, where someone's riding a jet ski through the streets of Dagestan.
Oh no, they're wilding with that. Oh, he's a hellraiser. Look at him.
Man, look at that.
He's tearing up these filthy streets of Dagestan.
Man, honestly, man, they don't have any wake restrictions down there in that street. Like, that guy's, like, zooming. But, you know, it's a little bit of a problem the Russians will have to deal with. They'll have to figure that out on top of everything else. Also, a Russian air defense system was hit near to the Kerch Bridge today. We don't know what type it was, but it did show up on fire at the Firms system. and we are assuming it might be an S-300 or an S-400 air defense system that caught on fire inside of those fields. Moving on out of that clip and on into our next clips inside of Ukraine, we also got to see some first-time footage of a Ukrainian F-16 shooting down Russian air targets. Take a little look at that AIM-9 go. Oh! And it's about to go hit him. Get him, boy!
It's so expensive. It's such an expensive thing, but look at it. It's so beautiful. It works so well.
300 grand a missile. Holy moly.
300 grand, that'll barely buy you a house anymore, but it'll buy you a missile, I'll tell you what.
Man, what is worth more,
Praise
folks?
hell and praise Dale, they say.
What is worth more, folks? A house or a missile? The answer is neither. They're both the same price. A simple house in America these days, that's maybe 800 square feet and provides you with one bed, is probably about the same price as that missile. Really a lot of value there. The air defense report did come out over the night, and it was quite significant. 619 drones and missiles were fired into the state of Ukraine. The Ukrainians were able to shoot down 583 of them. The other remainder couple of dozen did make it through, but nevertheless, the Ukrainian air defense results were pretty decent. Meanwhile, inside the location unknowns, we also got to hear that the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is announcing that Ukraine will form a new separate branch within the armed forces, the assault forces. Existing assault battalions and regiments have shown strong results in 2025, and the decision has been made to give them a formal structure instead of having them attached to the Marines or the Army of Ukraine. So a fairly interesting sort of a technical development, at least there, in terms of reforming the army in the midst of the war. We also get to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, which also was a sight for sore eyes, or less than a sight for sore eyes. Miss DC Keeper of the Record stated that 365 drones is the fourth highest daily loss, and troop losses hit 1.1 million. 100 days after losses hit 1 million. So about 100,000 men have been lost in 100 days. That's about quite a good bit of men a day. I'm not good at math. Moving on into the actual casualty report, we were able to hear that 1,070 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 124 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 31 artillery pieces, 365 drones, 1 for every day of the year, and that was it. But still, a pretty decent day overall. Moving us on into the front lines of Ukraine, we also saw around the Dobropilya area that things are really bad for the Russians as of the frontline development today. This is what the Russians have mapped out the front lines to be, and we are understanding that there is a significant Russian force that has been encircled around the area of Novoshikovye, right there on the map. So it's not going well for them, to say the least. We also saw some additional frontline information of the Ukrainians' Phoenix drone force hitting the Russians within this area. If the video loads, and it does. And oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming on in and getting them good.
This is called light balls. Oh, wait, it's called ligma balls. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
Man, it looks like this drone has a case of ligma balls.
Yeah, the Ukrainians are wilding with that one.
Man, honestly.
I thought it said light balls at first. I was like, what? I was like, what the hell does that mean? But like, ligma balls makes a lot more sense. Oh man.
Bro, Hot Dog Man's trying to hunt down that drone operator right now. But we can see them hitting a
That's
Buhanka.
an offer I can't refuse.
Oh man, more like Liga Glizzy. Oh man. But beyond that, we can see them continuing to hit Buhanka pickups. That ought to be on a Rodnik's section if we had a chance for it, but sadly they didn't take a picture of it for us to put it in. We also got to see them hitting a butchered pickup, and that was the end of the clips from the Phoenix unit. We also got to see inside of Pokrovsk the Ukrainians popping a ambush drone in the 225th Assault Regiment. Oh, we're going to be muting that. They're just wandering around, trying to find a place to go. You see them here seeing the drone, and now busting some caps into it. There it is, right there. And they're busting some caps in that thing. Look at them.
Look at this. That's a hellscape.
Man, honestly. But the Ukrainians still hold incredibly well. They have held this city for well over a year at this point, which is always a bit of a bragging right for the Ukrainians. You know, every single battle in Ukraine ends up being well over a year long, usually a year and a half long, before the Ukrainians lose a city. I mean, that's one hell of a time right there, folks. You know, about a year and a half for every city. I mean, hell, that gives the Russians enough time to familiarize themselves with the city, its history, what it kind of looked like before the battle, and everything else. We also saw the 68th Jaegers hitting the Russians with some Jägermeister. But here they go. They are hitting a Toyota, I believe. They're also hitting a Buhanka. And also another Buhanka. For one can never see enough Buhankas destroyed in a day. Those ugly things have to go, and the Ukrainians make sure to get rid of them.
Just hideous, honestly. Like, they're just picking these things off like fish in a barrel. Like, it's just, oh, look at that. They just mounted a little bit too late. The bus lit off earlier, but they didn't get off the bus at the right stop.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, man. They gotta make sure to get that exact change and travel on the bus to the exact stop they need. We also saw in Dnipro that a drone was shot down directly over the area by air defensemen.
Sounds like an air show.
Honestly. Dude, they had like a whole spectator sport going on. Was the Ukrainian air defense going to shoot down the drone? And the answer was yes, and the crowd went wild.
Notice that they don't have a screaming kid, and they also don't have that screaming lady in the background either. If this happened anywhere else, there'd be one loud screaming lady going, there'd be one kid going, oh my God, look! It's like, you don't hear any of that. Like, the Ukrainians are very stoic about the whole thing.
Dude, literally the drone got shot down and everyone in the crowd went, yay! Like, it's like, dude, it's like, dang. It's like, that's how used to people in Ukraine are these days, folks, to these kinds of air attacks. They happen so often that it's not even scary to them. To the Russians, they go, you know, and all that. But the Ukrainians, they're very calm, collected, stoic about it, and even cheer when the drones are shot down. I got to say, very nice to see civic order being maintained in the midst of an air defense. We also saw inside Zaporizhia, the 137th Marine Battalion taking out some Russians down here on the southern front. Videos are having a hard time loading today. But we've also heard that apparently YouTube has been having some errors as well. Might be a part of the whole cyber attack issues that the West has been having today as a result of those Russians, believe it. But we'll be moving on from that clip just to show you a brief moment of it. And moving on from that, we also got to see the Russians getting hit with hammers. There goes the Russians. They're wandering around down there.
Running very fast into that junk pile dumpster hole over there.
And now the Ukrainians are about to do what's called waste management. They dropped a hammer. And here it comes, right down into that junk pile, which used to be a former train station, it seems. And it's gone. And that's the end of that clip, but nice to see the hammers hitting their mark. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on up to Kyiv and cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on this day of the war. And once again, I had to go to YouTube to get it. So without further ado, here's the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. А зараз я знаходжусь в нашій прекрасній Софії Київській. А саме тут наша нова, але вже стала традиція приймати вірчі грамоти. Посли, які приїжджають в Україну, які починають тут свій шлях, вони починають його офіційно саме тут. Це так з 22-го року. Особливе правило, щоб кожен, хто працює з Україною, бачив і знав, яка у нас країна, яка у нас історія, як багато від України залежить і що це значить, і що Росії це ніколи не вкрасти. Сьогодні я прийняв вірчі грамоти від послів Німеччини, Норвегії, Чехії, наші сильні партнери. Ми спілкувались, я подякував за чітку підтримку України, нашої незалежності, нашого суверенітету. Європейські позиції стають сильніші, і ми щороку додаємо можливостей Європі. Всі разом додаємо. Завдяки єдності, завдяки нашим спільним проектам. Я дякую кожному партнеру. Цей тиждень наблизив узгодження 19-го пакету санкцій проти російської агресії. Очікуємо на затвердження швидко синхронізуємо пакет в Україні. Енергоресурси Росії обмежуються, і також інфраструктура тіньового флоту буде новий тиск. Також криптовалютні схеми, які росіяни використовують саме для обходу санкцій. Європа буде протидіяти. Дякую. Дякую, що українські пропозиції до санкційного пакету Євросоюзу багато в чому враховані. Ми постійно ведемо цю роботу з кожним нашим партнером і, звісно, передусім з Європейським Союзом і також з групою 7. Ми очікуємо сильних санкційних кроків також від Сполучених Штатів Америки. Європа свою частину роботи виконує. Підписав сьогодні і укази про застосування нових санкцій України. 3 пакети санкцій було мною підписано, зокрема проти пропагандистів, які допомагають Росії, проти різних осіб, які ведуть бізнес на окупованій території і наповнюють бюджет Росії, підтримують цю систему зла, а також проти осіб, які дестабілізують Молдову в інтересах Москви. Україна допомагає Молдові, і ми зацікавлені в стабільності нашого сусіда, в успіху Молдови. Ще кілька речей. Сьогодні з Офісу президента у Верховну Раду України з моїм підписом відправлений закон про хрест бойових заслуг, про сильний статус для цієї нашої відзнаки, бойової відзнаки. Це і державні гарантії, це і повага до полеглих наших воїнів. І від заснування цієї нашої нагороди були відзначені хрестом бойових заслуг 331 український воїн. Сильні воїни. Дякую вам. Хочу подякувати сьогодні нашим захисникам неба. Знов був масований російський удар, майже 580 дронів, із них значна частина шахеди, ще 40 ракет, багато збиттів. Перехоплювачі дронів спрацювали сьогодні добре, молодці. Мобільні вогневі групи, авіація, наші F-16, наша армійська авіація. Дякую всім вам, всі молодці. Дякую за кожне збиття. Але були все ж таки влучання: Дніпро, Павлоград, інші громади Дніпровщини були серед російських цілей. Ще треба зміцнювати нашу систему ППО. Це залежить багато в чому від партнерів, багато хто має цю силу, яка має захищати життя. Варто її застосовувати. Кожен зараз бачить російське втручання і проти Польщі, і вчора проти Естонії. Це не випадкові речі. Росіяни будуть намагатися далі поширювати свою агресію, свою дестабілізацію, своє втручання. Така у них система. Треба цьому протидіяти теж системно, всім разом. Дякую всім, хто допомагає, дякую всім, хто з Україною. І вже готуємось до важливих зустрічей наступного тижня, в тому числі з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки. Росія має відчути наслідки того, що робить. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Героям слава!
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1005 of the news from around the world. And it's time for us folks to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, and we get to ask those questions and talk about them. Like, if a bench has a child, is that a son of a bench? Or if there's a bunch of Poles living in a single area, is that a Poland? All those sorts of questions and more will be answered in the second segment. But I do have to thank you all so much once again for watching up till this point. We had a peak viewership tonight of 12,000 people, and over the course of the stream, 70,000 people have watched in the first 2 hours alone, and we're entirely honored and appreciative of so many of y'all continuing to watch the stream and enjoy it, and I hope that y'all support this channel and also subscribe. Hitting the subscribe button is the best and greatest way to support this channel, as it helps us to get a little bit closer to 500,000 subscribers, and we of course are getting there a little bit closer each and every day, and hopefully one day we'll hit 500,000. And so, of course folks, we got to make sure to get into that question segment and start knocking out the questions and get through all the super chats and hopefully as many live chats as we can. And so Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
All right, folks, so it's now time for the final question segment of the night. Some say the most highly anticipated segment of the night, and of course, we are fresh out of polls. We do love the polls, but we are fresh out as of right now, so we are moving right back into our Super Chat questions proper, and this one goes to Howard Turgell, and Howard puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Howard, for that support.
Hey!
Very generous of you. And Howard said, best war news available by any source, and great job.
And thank you so much for the support and the kind words. We try our best to be the most well-sourced news and most well-researched news out there that we can be, and I hope that we hit the nail most every single night. It takes a good bit to try and get these things on air, and also I was about to starve before we went on air tonight, so I had to make a quick food run right before the show, which put a little bit of a crunch time on everything. But hopefully things did turn out well tonight. And I got to thank you massively so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And of course, we are going to be moving on into the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Luke UK. And Luke also throws in a $50 support. And a big shout to you, Luke, as well, for throwing in 50, just like Howard. And we appreciate that very much. We all try to be like Howard. And Luke says, I love supporting the Enforcer channel, and when I can, and sorry it's not much. And also, that's extremely generous, by the way, Luke. Thank you very much. That's not a small amount right there. He said, please take a live chat question in LLT LSA.
I gotta say, Luke, 50 pounds is quite a large amount. I gotta thank you massively for that, because it is much. It is quite a lot, actually. That's actually huge. A lot of people really overestimate what we make running this channel. Like, I've seen some people, like, ballpark that we make, like, 10 grand a night, and it's not Seinfeld. You know, we don't really get paid a great deal, so that's actually huge, Luke UK, and I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep those lights on and pay those bills. They make it possible for us to run this show. So I got to thank you massively for that support, Luke UK, and being from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a really cool and interesting country. And Matthew, you know, I was wanting to ask you a question, Matthew. Where in the world, and the answer is that it was in the United Kingdom, where in the world was the biggest integrated steel mill on the planet up until the 1960s? It is in the UK.
Birmingham.
Barrow-in-Furness, which is up here.
They call it Barrow-in-Furness. That's the name of the town?
Yes, and I have a feeling it has to do with wheelbarrows that were used at the mill, and also the furnace. But it's actually a little bit more mundane than that. I believe it's somewhere around, actually, it may actually be that, like, I don't know. I don't know the historical origins of the name of this town, but at one time, around here, they actually had the Barrow-in-Furness mill. And let me see if I can show you the Barrow-in-Furness mill. Let's see.
I'm going to go take my barrow and put it in the furnace, Governor. We're going to smelt it down and get some money out of that barrow.
But here we go. Here we go. I actually got a picture of it for you. I got a picture of it for you here. You want to see a picture of it, Sonny? You want to see a picture of the mill?
Let's see a little photograph of what you got cooking.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is a picture of it from 1920.
It looks like they're burning a lot of pollution in the air. Looks like they could be burning the lungs of some Brummies down the way. They should really put some catalytic converters on that. Could they put the cats back on it? I mean, is it too much to ask for a little bit of clean air? We don't want slag going through the air.
Man,
we don't want it in the air.
We don't want it out here. But beyond that, this was actually a really cool sort of a thing, because the Barrow-in-Furness mill produced a lot of the steel that Britain used, and it was around right here. They ended up demolishing it, I believe, around the 60s and the 70s, when the integrated mills started to die off because it became a lot more difficult to run them because of how they work. But one thing that is left is the slag banks, which is where Chris's mom comes from. You can actually see the slag heaps that were left over from the production of the steel, which are still around here. They're trying to reclaim the land, kind of like they're doing around, you know, Salt Lake City with like the tailings areas, and they're trying to reclaim the land around there. Fairly similar sort of a thing, but these hills are not natural. They're actually made of slag from the production of the steel.
That's kind of interesting. It's kind of fascinating with that.
Yeah, you know what's even crazier, Matthew? Where in the world do you think the biggest integrated steel mill in the world is right now? Like, just name the country, and I'll tell you if it's right.
I believe that'd be Mongolia.
No, actually, try one more time. You're warm, though.
Am I going to win something if I get it right?
You'll win a hearty congratulations.
That's not good enough. I'll pass.
Oh, damn. I didn't expect that one.
I drive a hard bargain. I don't make stupid deals. Well,
how about I give you
Bagram?
How about I give you Bagram? Will that work?
I'll take it.
All right, so take another guess then.
It's got to be China.
You're so warm. You're so warm. Think little country.
Okay, you're really pushing your luck. You're really pushing it right now. I'm gonna say, sir, it could be. Put your mouse cursor closer to it. Give me a hint. Give me a hint. Just a little hint. We just want to. That's not a hint. That's called a whole broad continent. What the hell are you doing?
I'm trying the
You're
best
putting
I
it
can.
the whole continent. You're saying here it is. It's somewhere here. I said this jerk's trying to put me off the path. He's trying to
Joseon.
send me down cold shoulder. Joseon. They're telling me. I'm hearing Joseon. That's what I'm hearing from the people.
Come
And
on,
who
put
am
it
I
together.
to oppose the people?
Put it together. Put it together. It's South Korea. The South Korea has the largest integrated steel mill on the planet right now, and it's in the
Well, if
very.
you'd have told me the first time that you were talking about South Korea, we would have gotten a lot quicker to the problem. But the problem is you're such a jerk. You don't tell me the facts I need to hear, and that's why I got it wrong. It's because of you. It's your fault. You're fired.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You are the smartest and wisest man on the planet. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I beg of you. Please, sir. Please. But beyond that, it's down here in the port of Gwangyang, from what I know. And this is it. This is the integrated steel mill of Gwangyang, the biggest one on the planet.
That is huge, actually. Also, it looks like a hellscape. Like, honestly, I'm not going to lie. This is like the closest thing they've got to like a North Korean hellscape. Because obviously these hellscapes, industrial ones, are all over North Korea, but this looks like a North Korean hellscape.
It's 4.5 miles across, and it's about 2.5 miles wide. It is absolutely giant. You can actually see all of the coal boats here, or the coal ships, unloading coal to be turned into coke for this integrated mill. So to actually explain to y'all a little bit of interesting history of steel, integrated mills were the first steel mills out there in the world, and they used something called the Bessemer process. Well, actually nowadays that's generally been replaced by different processes, but originally they used the Bessemer process to make steel inside of blast furnaces. And blast furnaces have to be kept at a continuous rate of heat and work 24 hours a day, lest they get cold and they start to crack, and then you have to replace the entire blast furnace. So back in the day, steel production had to be a consistent, steady rate, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and a lot of mills would work on giant projects that would take years to complete. So they would be blasting out steel all day, every day for one specific project or one specific industry. In the modern day, around the 1930s, something came into being that changed the world of steel production, which is called the electric arc furnace, which you can turn on and off at any minute. And that started to change how steel worked, and especially around the time that steel could be recycled back in the 70s, which was a new innovation, because usually steel was a little bit harder to recycle because you could try and re-blast already pre-made steel, but usually the carbon content and the sulfur content would be off, and it would create incredibly brittle steel that really couldn't be used for too much. But with the ability to recycle steel and also the ability to use electric arc furnaces, which can be turned on and off and directly correlate to demand inside of the economy, the mini mill, which is the most common thing here in the West nowadays, came into being. So you really won't see a lot of integrated steel mills like this anymore in most areas of the world. But Birmingham, Alabama, I've actually been doing some research on this, Matthew, is incredibly special in the fact that we have one of the few remaining and standing integrated steel mills in America, which is the U.S. Steel, I believe it's the Fairfield plant, which produces steel pipes, and it does the whole process here at this mill in a traditional way, from what I understand. I might be mistaken on that, but I believe from what I was reading online, it's an integrated mill. Then we have mini mills throughout the whole city. We actually have the CMC mini mill right here, which takes scrap steel in and then pretty much blasts it in electric arc furnaces into usable steel coils. And then we also have Nucor Steel, which is, let's see here, Nucor Steel is, I believe, up here. Yeah, here's Nucor right here, which also uses a series of mini mills and electric arc furnaces to also use recycled steel to reblast into fresh steel coils and plates.
Well, that's kind of interesting right there. I just know I really did like a really big deep dive into that steel mill inside of Inner Mongolia. They have it there. I think it's called, I think the company called Balgang runs it. It's like a state enterprise, I believe. That's a huge place out there, but it looks like hell on earth. Like the landscape of that place. Phew, like I would hate to work in that every single day. It looks like misery, depression combined into one. Like if you think you got depression problems now, think about if you were living there all the time. That would be hell.
Yeah, steel mills are pretty dirty places. Like even our steel mill here in Birmingham, like when you look at the grounds around the thing, it looks pretty nasty. It's just such a dirty process to make steel in the conventional means. And even in mini mills, they generally look pretty nasty after a couple of years, even just a couple of months of operation. I mean, look at the area around the new core plant, and I mean, it looks like it's a pretty worn out place already. And this place is relatively new for steel making. And also on top of that, there is actually, crazily enough, folks, a load of mills, different kinds of steel mills around Alabama. There's actually a huge one near Tuscaloosa, which is run by Nucor, which is the biggest steel manufacturer in America. It's actually bigger than U.S. Steel, and that one's right here. And they take in a load of scrap steel as well, because this is another electric arc furnace. They take in loads of it, and then they produce steel coils. You can actually see all of those sitting out here waiting to be loaded onto coil cars and then brought back to Norris Yard here in Birmingham and then sent out throughout the rest of the Norfolk Southern system. And you can really see this mill here on this bridge.
Also, it's like I think U.S. Steel found the economic hack of the century. If you want to ensure the government's going to try to bail you out or prevent you from being sold to a foreign country or something like that, simply put U.S. in front of your name. Like whatever you're doing, like just put U.S. in front of it. Like U.S. something like U.S. the enforcer or something like that. We can't sell the enforcer to China because it's got U.S. in front of it. That's like the hack of the century right there.
Yeah, honestly, man, like American Airlines will never be sold out to a foreign country ever. Like they'll be like, we can't sell it. But you know, U.S. Steel actually isn't really that big anymore. It's the second largest steel manufacturer, and I think it's second by a good bit. Nucor is the biggest one, and Nucor is the biggest because they use, if I remember correctly, only mini mills. They don't use integrated steel mills, which are really expensive to run. And if the economy collapses and there's not a lot of construction projects coming in that require new steel, U.S. Steel generally takes a loss because they have to keep their blast furnaces at a full running clip, like the one that they have in Gary, Indiana, up here. And they just have to keep pumping out steel all day, every day at the same volume, because if they ever turn off those blast furnaces, they will start to cool, they'll start to crack, and then they have to completely rebuild all of their blast furnaces and then bring them back up to temperature again and just keep them running for years again. So it'd be really expensive to turn them off. But this is actually the biggest steel mill in the United States, is here in Gary, Indiana.
This is a rough place to go to work too. Honestly, I feel like working at. Hopefully, they're paying good at these places, like for
Oh, they
steel
pay
workers,
great.
because yeah, they should, because to work here, you got to like sacrifice a lot of mental things to try to go work at these places. Because I would hate to pull up to this every day to go to work. I'd be like, oh my god, not another day at the mill. Hell no. I'd be like, oh geez, it's just the landscape looks so bad. It's probably obviously safe because they got safety regulations, but just the like horrid looking like burned ash like landscape is rough.
Let me see if I can show you what that looks like from a bird's eye view, not looking straight down at it, but looking at it from the side. Here we are. This is what it looked like, I believe, back in the 80s, but this is what it actually looked like, looks like kind of in real life.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. You pull up to the factory, go right in, put your 10 hours in. That's tough work right there.
It is tough, actually, and it's really dangerous, you know, because if those I think they're the crucibles. If those crucibles ever end up missing a hook and they fall, you know, that molten steel is going straight onto the factory floor, and you could be down there. So you know, it's a pretty dangerous sort of a job. But here's some other pictures of this mill from multiple different angles. Honestly, it's dirty looking, but it's really impressive how large and sprawling these mills are, because steel is used in so much, and steel is such an important sort of a product to produce domestically, at least. And so it's really interesting to see what these places look like, because they look like the pits of hell, really, with what they look like. It looks like it would smell of sulfur and coal and a whole bunch of other things, but it produces one of the most important sorts of alloys that we could ever use in the modern day, which is steel itself.
You know what's weird is a steel mill is like one of those places where you know people work at the steel mill, but you never really know anybody that actually works there. It's kind of like a weird phenomenon with that. Like I've never really met anybody that works at one of these hellish looking places here. Like obviously there's people that go to work there, but I've never met one, which is kind of weird. It's like they're the invisible worker that just like shows up out of like the woodwork, goes to work, then goes right back to the woodwork or something. I'm not sure why that is. Like, is it a small number of workers that work at these places or what?
It's not really a lot of people who work in steel making anymore. Let me go pull that up. Let's see. U.S. steel making. How many jobs? Let's see here. U.S. steel making jobs. Job number. Let's see here. There are in the whole of the country, there are only about 62.5 thousand people who work in steelmaking, with about another 200,000 or so working in subcontracting companies that support the steel industry.
That's actually quite a bit, actually. That's actually a lot of employees there that work here at these places. So yeah, that's actually more than I thought.
It's actually, like, that's really small, though, because that's the whole country. Like, 62,000 people across the whole of America working in steelmaking. Like, 62,000 people out of a 360 million population. I mean, that's significantly small, because there's about 1 million people that are working in agriculture across the whole country, and only 62,000 working in steel.
That's about 1,200 people per state working in steel. If you break it down with the 50 states, and obviously I don't think Hawaii's got any steel mills down there, so I think they're out. Also, I'm not sure if Alaska has any either. I'm not really sure, but yeah, that's 1,200 per state. So that might be why you don't know any, but that's still a pretty good amount though. Like nonetheless.
You know, folks, steel mills won't really allow you in much, but this is one place I really want to go because I just find steel mills to be one of the most fascinating sorts of industries out there in the world, because it's just crazy to watch the process and to also know how dangerous it is through every single step. And yet, people work in this every single day to produce something that people won't even bat an eye about using. Because steel is literally in everything everywhere in the world for the large part, and nobody will really think about that too much. But somewhere out there, somewhere, some guy's wearing a blast suit like that, working near steel that's burning at about, I think it's several thousand degrees Fahrenheit, that's getting poured around like a liquid, sparking and flying everywhere to just turn it into something that's going to be the most mundane thing ever. You know, it's really sort of bizarre with that. And also, there's
Is it true that you can like? Is it true you can like quickly like really fast like lightning fast like kind of like dip your hand in the hot steel and then like get it out and you don't have like a nub when you come out?
Oh
Like
yeah,
if you do it really fast, like you can go like bink like a little bit in the steel like the molten steel and you still got your hand.
no. Like this stuff is so hot that your hand literally like vaporizes when it comes into contact with the stuff.
Let's see here. I thought there was like a whole like a MythBusters thing on this. Like if you put your hand like really, I'm not sure if they did that with like hot water or something, but it was like something they quickly like threw like put their hand in something hot or something like that, and they pulled it out real quick, and it was like some type of effect. Like there it is, Leidenfrost effect. Joshua said it. I'm not sure if it works like that with the hot steel. I would tend to believe it doesn't, but I don't know. Does that work with the steel though? Let me pull that up real quick.
What happens if you dip
Leidenfrost.
your hand in molten steel?
Let's
It's
see.
gonna.
It says the Leidenfrost effect or film boiling is a physical phenomenon in which a liquid close to a solid surface of another body that is significantly hotter than the liquid's boiling point produces an insulating vapor layer that keeps the liquid from boiling rapidly. Therefore, it protects your hand for a brief second. So, does the Leidenfrost effect work with molten steel? Wait a minute. Let's see here. Um, so it says now once again, don't take this. Don't go put your hand in some hot steel, people. Don't do that. By the way, this to make that perfectly clear as a disclaimer. But I'm reading here. It says that if you very briefly interact with substances that are extremely hot or cold, such as liquid nitrogen or molten metal, you might come away unscathed. A big emphasis on the might. So don't try it. By the way, people, do not do anything stupid like that to test it out because that's obviously a very bad idea. So.
I'm gonna be honest
It
with
looks like
you.
they're a little bit on the fence about it.
If you well, let me go pull up the temperature of molten steel. Temperature of molten steel. So it's sitting there, it's simmering in a nice, cool 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's getting on up there.
Oh,
Like, so I
man,
don't really.
if you got your hand on that, if you got your hand on that, it's so hot that it's cold. You know what I'm talking about? It's like it feels cold. It's so hot.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really think you're gonna be feeling anything after that because touching anything that's
Oh,
2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, I think it's gonna melt your hand clean off.
it might. I still think it might feel cold.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm doubting it. Like, I'm doubting it, really. But
Yeah,
let's
and
see.
put your hand in like some really hot water, like some scalding water, like I can't remember. I think we had like set the water heater up too high or something like that with the setting or something. You used to turn on some water like at our old house. You turn that water on the hot setting, you accidentally put your hand under that water or something like that for a brief second. And I remember this distinctly. Put my hand under it for a second. That water was so hot. Had my hand on there for like 3 seconds and it felt cold. I was like, dang, this water's freezing. It's like the Titanic water. And then like 5 seconds later, your hand is like throbbing and like bright red. And you're like, oh my God, that's like boiling hot water coming out of the thing right there. It was crazy, honestly, but it's true. It can feel so cold that it's actually hot.
Yeah, like also, by the way, man, just to give you a little bit of a comparison of the temperature here, molten steel is about a quarter as hot as the surface of the sun. So I have a feeling that there's no such thing as dipping your hand in that thing and whipping it back out and it's fine. I think you dip your hand in that thing and you pull it out and it's gone to the wrist.
Yeah, it might just take it off.
Yeah, I think that thing's gonna schmoove off. Like honestly, like I don't think there's gonna be anything left. But that's just me. That's my personal take on it. Don't put your hand in molten steel, folks. Bad idea. Terrible idea, really. But still, steel mills are very interesting to me, and I hope y'all enjoyed that quick little bit of a tidbit about how modern steel industries and steel production works, because it's really interesting stuff. It's a really important part of what we do every day, not here on the channel, but as a country. But anyways, with that, it is also, by the way, folks, I got to be honest with y'all, I got to take a little bit of a dig at the Chinese right now. The Chinese are not getting the steel production numbers they're claiming. Like, let me go and show y'all current global steel production. Here we are. So this was this is really hard to read graph. Let me go get another one. So this graph starts off around 1974, showing the different producers of steel out there in the world. And then the Chinese are claiming that they produced more steel than anyone else on the planet every year. Like every single year. That steel is incredibly low quality. A lot of people have actually brought that up, and it is true that usually Chinese steel is really high in sulfur content, which means that it's very brittle and poorly made. And usually the purity of the steel is very dubious, meaning that it's steel in theory, but not steel in usable construction of anything. So the Chinese bullshit this number to the extreme. Most of the steel is completely unusable. I would assume that the amount of usable tonnage of steel that they actually have that's up to American quality steel is probably the amount that we make annually, or any other major steel producer like Japan makes annually. There's no way that they're getting those kinds of numbers.
Yeah, they got to be lying. I'm telling you what, they got to be cooking books, cooking statistics. They got the word spreadsheet, or not the word spreadsheet. They got the spreadsheets open from what the hell is the Microsoft version of that called? It's
An
not
Excel?
Google Sheets. It's yeah, an Excel sheet. Man, that shows you I don't use Microsoft Office. I use Google Sheets. But they've got all that stuff being cooked up. They're cooking it up kind of like your hand would cook up in the molten steel bowl.
Yeah, it's so stupid, man. Like, they're sitting there, oh, we make all this steel. It's like, what's it being used for anyways? It's like, they don't have that many construction projects going on in China. Like, you know, when you, like, if you look at the U.S., we built all of Manhattan back in the day. You know, all steel skyscrapers, mind you, with the little bit of steel production that we had at that time, because around the 70s we peaked. We made the most steel per year in the 70s than we ever have before or since. So we made the whole of Manhattan and every other city in America all steel skyscrapers, all steel construction across most of the country with that amount of steel production. And then China says, we are making a gabillion tons of steel every year. Where is it all being used anyways? Like, it's not being used in China. I mean, they're building stuff, sure, but it's not that much stuff. They're not building that many ships either. So where is all that going? Because no one else is buying it. Most people consider Chinese steel to be so low quality, they're not buying it in Europe or here or anywhere. So it's like, who the hell's even buying that? It's like, that only exists on paper. That's not real stuff. And also another thing, if y'all know anything about communist countries for some reason have like this extreme obsession with they have to be huge steel producers. And the Soviet Union had that obsession and China has that obsession. So I think that this literally only exists on spreadsheets and it does not exist in real life at all anywhere. But
Yeah,
anyways,
well, I think the reason why they're such huge steel producers and all communist countries are obsessed with that is because they heard the words of that one guy that said, you got to have that iron in you. And they mistook iron for steel. So they started making a whole bunch of steel thinking that they were going to get that iron in them. But it turns out they fell short.
honestly, dude, I bet you that they count corn in China as steel for those kinds of figures. Like, they gotta be, man. Like, there's no other way that that's working. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Marion Deemert, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Marion, as well, for that very generous support right there. He said, you guys rock, and Slava Ukraine, and Hiram Slava.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words of the support. And you rock, Marion Deemert. And a big thanks to you, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava. And with that, we are on to the next one. And also see a lot of people talking about the impurities in the steel. Yeah, they have insane amounts. Like, I've heard the Chinese steel has such a high amount of sulfur in it, most of it does, that it's not usable for anything. And also another thing, folks, that's really interesting. Modern metallurgists believe that the Titanic split in two during its sinking in 1912 because at the time, the ability to sap sulfur out of steel and coke when it's combined together to create steel wasn't really around in the modern metallurgical processes we have today. So they actually say that a decent likelihood of the reason why the Titanic snapped in two on that fateful night is because it actually had a high sulfur content within its steel, and mixed with the extremely cold Atlantic Ocean, the ship just couldn't support the weight of itself at that moment, and it broke its back, split in two, and then the bow sank beneath the waves, and the stern took another 15 or 20 minutes or so to sink. So that's actually a little bit of an interesting thing about that. And also, some people say the Titanic, like James Hughes said, it was made of porous steel. And that's actually a bit of a misnomer. Because it's poor steel by modern standards, but it was great steel for the time, actually the finest steel that they had. And back then, sulfur content directly correlating to the strength and the ability of steel to hold its rigidity wasn't really known back then too well. So they made it as best they could, and even according to some samples that have been taken, the Titanic seems to have had less sulfur inside of its steel than most other steel from the era. So an interesting sort of effect with that is that the steel was high quality for their time, but compared to modern steel, it would generally be considered unusable nowadays because of how much sulfur was inside of it. But anyways, an interesting fact about that. Really, really, like, I gotta be honest with y'all, that kind of stuff is just so interesting to me. It sounds so mundane and lame, but I just find stuff like that really fascinating. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Now, once again, a huge shout to Marion Deemer, by the way, for that support. And our next one here goes to Hal Rose. And Hal puts in a $33 support. And thank you very much, good sir, Hal Rose, for that support. Yeah, once again, indeed. And also, I did see the message, by the way. And Hal, if you could send me an email to the Enforcer Store email on that, I will take a peek at it and see what we can do on that. But thank you very much, Hal, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. It is folks like you who have made this thing possible and help us to keep this thing running. And I gotta say a massive, incredible thanks to you so much once again, because it is folks like you who have helped to make this channel possible, Hal Rose, and help us to keep this thing running. And we do thank you greatly for your support and helping us to keep this thing rolling day in and day out. Every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the most part. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Alan Orchard. And Alan puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said LSA.
And LSA. And a big thanks to you for the support. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never die. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Old Warrior. And a huge shout to Old Warrior for that support as well. He said 9 aftershocks today off Kamchatka, 4.5 to 5.9 magnitude.
And thank you so much for the support and sharing that. And that's interesting to hear that they're continuing to have earthquakes around the Kamchatka Peninsula. One day, those will get worse. And honestly, I don't really think we can complain too much about that. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we do have a $20 support from Numerian, and a huge shout out to Numerian for that support. They said, I know we have intentions in Venezuela, but could some of the military buildup be a stepping stone to Europe or Iran, and the U.S. are being sly, like the Iran bombing, and maybe why we're ignoring Russia, and then we just divert over there?
I would doubt that because you could just fly into Europe from the U.S. and it would actually be far shorter of a route than flying from the Caribbean to Europe. The Caribbean is about 500 miles farther away than most air bases, at least on the East Coast, would be from Europe by default. So we're actually moving them farther away than closer. And also, if we wanted to move into the Middle East, we could just move forces into Saudi Arabia. I mean, we don't even have to hide that kind of a deal. And still, it's moving them farther away, at least to a degree, from the Middle East than they would be just flying directly from America. So I would generally doubt that. This is actually a military buildup directly against Venezuela. But a big thanks to you once again for support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Howard Turgell, who puts in a 20, and a huge shout to you, Howard, as well, for that support. He said, who do you see as the biggest cyber attack threat or threats?
The Chinese are the biggest threat in cyber. That's what I've heard from some folks who were involved in that, is that they call it, I think it's something like it's the something panda. But that's what they're called as a group. But it's a specific division of the People's Liberation Army Special Support Forces that conducts those sorts of operations. But they are apparently pretty good at what they do. And generally, from what I've heard, the Chinese are considered by the Department of Defense to be the largest adversary and biggest threat in cybersecurity. So I hope.
Are you talking about Emissary Panda, or are you talking about Double Dragon?
It's something else, Panda, actually. But I wouldn't know it off the top of my head. But I heard it explained to me by some folks who were involved in cybersecurity.
Stone Panda?
It's like evasive panda or something like that. I think
It's Emissary Panda. That's APT 27.
I heard it said it was a different name by someone who actually worked in that. They were like, it's something panda, and I was like, huh, but it wasn't Emissary Panda. It was something else, but it had panda in it. I remember the panda part, but
Express Panda?
Panda Express? Like man,
I was joking about that one, by the way.
Espresso macchiato? Like, bro, that's the Italian hackers, man. Bro, the espresso macchiatos. And also, if they're British, they call them the hello governors. And then if they're German, well, we don't get into those jokes, but I'm just kidding, folks. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel keep it running. But I would have to say that from what I've heard from folks that are involved in that sort of a deal, the Chinese are the biggest threat. Red Panda, that's what it is, Robert Krogan. It's Red Panda. That's what it was. It was the Red Panda. And so that's what the fella said was the cybersecurity threat was the Red Panda. So that was the one. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dakota Riz, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Dakota, as well, for that support. They said, do you think that Russia and China are working together to eventually put NATO on a two-front war to give themselves an equal footing, and that might be why the U.S. is pulling out of Europe to focus on China?
I would generally doubt it. At least with them creating a two-front war, because China is going to start their war in the later 2020s because of logistical concerns. Russia is probably going to start a war with NATO here in the now, probably in a couple of months at the best. So they're not going to start them at the same time. So the United States is withdrawing from Europe because of poor foreign planning and extremely poor foreign policy and a lack of foresight and a lack of intelligence. That's just the honest truth. I'm not getting political, folks, in saying that, but you know, I just gotta point this out because I don't really know how some people aren't seeing this. But wasn't it the same idea of let's pack up and run the hell away that has us saying that we need Bagram back? Like if I remember correctly, it was this very president that said in 2020 that the Afghanistan war should have never happened. It's a forever war. We've been there for 20 years. The whole thing was a mistake, and we need to leave completely and never look back. And now we're saying 5 years later that it was an absolute mistake and it was a tragedy and we need Bagram back because it's incredibly important. So now what we're doing is we're doing Afghanistan 2.0 everywhere else in the world, and we're going, let's leave Syria completely, let's leave Iraq completely, and then let's all leave Eastern Europe and stop helping out anyone there, so that way we can lose all of that as well within the next few years, and then bitch and moan like we currently are about, oh, why in the world did that happen? That was an absolute tragedy and a terrible mistake. I wish we had that now. That would be putting us in a much better better position. It's just so stupid that there's no way that you can't point out the stupidity on that, because how in the hell can you not realize that the same sort of thinking is leading to the problem we're having with Afghanistan right now, with the fact we don't have Bagram. It's literally the same thing over. Like, I can't even put it into words. And what's so goofy about that is that I'll say that, and then people will say, "Oh, that's really political. Why do you have such bad things to say about the president?" I don't really care about the president too much. I care about the foreign policy prerogatives, and they're absolutely just non-existent. Like, we don't have a concerted objective or a mission or a goal or anything. Like, we say at one point we're becoming isolationists and all of our forces are coming home, but then at the same time we bitch and moan that we already did that in other areas of the world, and we want to reverse it after we've already done it, and there's no reversing it at that point. And it's like, what type of sense is this making? It's like and then also people would just completely rewrite history in the modern day, like with that situation, and they go, "Oh no, this current guy, the guy who's president right now, he wasn't the one who started the complete withdrawal from Afghanistan. That was entirely on the other guy who couldn't even remember how to tie his shoes." And it's like, no, that treaty was signed by this guy, or at least his representatives, in 2020 in Doha in Qatar, and that's what led to our complete withdrawal. It's just that the other guy, who was senile, finished it. That's like, and then it was a complete disaster because his people didn't know what the hell was going on and made bad moves. But it still was, like, honestly, that was going to end in a disaster either way, at least in my opinion. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was going to go badly because it was happening after the 1st of May. So it was going to go poorly either way. But beyond that, it's just so stupid to see that, and then think, okay, so that's how it is. And then what's even more stupid is that people back then were saying, "Oh yeah, Afghanistan is a forever war, we need to leave." And now, because the president is threatening Afghanistan, now those same people who said that we shouldn't have never been in Afghanistan and we should have left it and we shouldn't have been there for 20 years, some of them will sit there and say stuff like, "America's coming back to Afghanistan, baby," like in the chat right now. It's like I thought everyone was against being in Afghanistan for 20 years and further than that and being there forever. Now people are for it just because nobody thinks, they just follow along with whatever anyone tells them. And it's like, Afghanistan's done and over with. It was a mistake to leave, and now we've left. So there's no redoing that. You just got to live with the mistake that's made and play the cards you're dealt now. Because there's no retroactively going back and changing things that have already been done in the past that were not good ideas. Life isn't that forgiving. The world isn't that forgiving. And we're going to end up learning that lesson here in a minute when the Chinese move into Afghanistan, because now the Afghans have a direct imminent threat that's been issued to them by the United States. It's a terrible thing. So I would have to say that as far as what's going on in Europe and elsewhere in the world, as far as foreign policy, unfortunately, I have no clue to really even be able to answer your question about what our general plan is or what we're even doing at all. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, do you want to see Lockheed Martin's brand new stealth drone that they've got?
Yeah, let's see it.
It just came out, by the way. It just dropped.
Oh, it just dropped? Like the patch just dropped?
They just dropped it right now.
Let's see here. Where in the world is it? Is it on our Twitter?
Yeah, refresh the main Twitter page and you'll see a picture of it.
Let's see here. Oh, here we are. Look at that.
They call it the Vectis.
It's a wedge.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. Like, Lockheed kind of, hyped this one up a little too much because I saw their little, teaser thing they put out about 10 hours ago, and I was like, oh, it looks like some type of plasma propulsion or something like that. They got something cooking here. But then they come out with an air combat drone that looks something like China's already developed. I'm like, oh, well, that wasn't what I was expecting right there. That was kind of a mild release. So, kind of interesting.
That thing kind of just looks like a RQ-49.
Yeah, it honestly just looks like, honestly, like I said, like China's the stuff they got that they've shown so far. I'm not sure if it's stealth or anything, but nothing crazy.
Man, they whipped out that skunk logo like it was about to be something big, and then it was another drone. Well, I mean, it's cool, but wasn't really what I was thinking from earlier. Like, I thought it was going to be something crazy,
Yeah, it's not really anything too crazy right here. And also, once again, we're going headfirst into these highly expensive, highly advanced drones when we need to be focusing on the more disposable type of drones. It's sort of like indicative that they're really focused on the wrong thing right now. But we need both, but we also need to make sure we're not just totally focused on these type of drones because obviously the war is not being fought with that right now. It's being fought with cheap ones.
Yeah, but still cool. I mean, it's cool. Hopefully, it'll be a great system. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one.
All right. So our next one goes to Forrester, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Forrester, for that support.
Hey!
They said it wasn't the U.S. deal with the Taliban, which excluded the Afghan government we supported, a strategic blunder. It led to the government's collapse, leaving a power vacuum that our rivals like China are now filling.
Yes, I would say it was a mistake. I didn't really know why we were leaving Afghanistan when it happened. Like, I generally wasn't actually a big fan of that, because as far as it was going, at least at that point, about that time, Afghanistan was a dangerous place, but it wasn't extremely dangerous for U.S. service members to be there. We were continuing to keep a power projection inside of Central Asia, and it was generally going okay for us, and it wasn't as expensive as it used to be there, because the resistance was kind of laying low, because they were just waiting out for the United States to eventually leave. At least that's what I remember hearing around that time. And it did, it didn't really turn out to be a good idea to completely leave, because now we lost Bagram and we lost our power projection in Central Asia. And if we had stayed around in the area, generally, I think we could have actually turned Afghanistan around to where Taliban influence would have slowly died. It wouldn't have been quick and it wouldn't have been easy, but if we had invested in the Afghan government not really some money directly, but more so in like American monetary funds for us to finance their projects to help them build out infrastructure in their country to make it less medieval like it is, we could have seen that Afghanistan would have civilized itself out of the radicalism of the Taliban eventually, and then we would have seen that we would have just been able to remain in Afghanistan. But we never saw that, and nobody ever looked into it like that. Everyone just kept saying, let's just hold the fort down, and then we left. I generally think it was a mistake. I didn't think it was a good idea. And also on top of that, it's an interesting thing that folks say that people who fought and died in Afghanistan died for nothing. This is like, we went and invaded Afghanistan because Osama bin Laden was being harbored there after the attacks in 2001. And when we asked the Taliban, could they kick him out, they told us no. So they were clearly sponsors of terrorism at that point. I mean, like, the guy who was inside of their country just ended up killing about 2,500 Americans that year. Clearly, that was a war. Like people say that Afghanistan had no point. I think it had a point. Like, I actually think it did, and I think that there was a decent reason to go there. And I think
Wouldn't that also be a justification for Israel to attack Qatar, though, at the same time?
um not really, because the folks in Hamas who were in Qatar were there because everyone agreed that they would go there. We didn't agree to Osama bin Laden being in Afghanistan, and at that point, he had just conducted the deadliest attack in American history this century, really over even the last century. If we're not counting Pearl Harbor, really over all of American history. So, with that
We
in
agreed
mind,
to let Hamas stay in Qatar.
yeah, like we made an agreement back in the day. This was in another conflict that Israel had with Hamas. We said, okay, so the Hamas leadership is accelerationist, and they get Hamas to do what they do because they're inside of Gaza with Hamas. So what we'll do now, and the Israelis agreed to this, is that we'll take all the Hamas leadership and just move them to Qatar if Qatar will allow that, and they'll live in exile in Doha and not be inside of Gaza where they can directly command their forces. And the Israelis agreed to that, we agreed to that, Qatar agreed to that, and that's why they were there. They weren't there because Qatar invited them there. They were there because they were living in exile in Qatar.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I thought they were in Qatar at the Qataris' behest, but not because of the West asking for it. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. From like what I heard on an explanation of a prior conflict that the Israelis had in the Gaza Strip against Hamas, that ended up being one of the agreements, is that the Hamas leadership would go and live in exile in Qatar.
Let's see here. I was trying to see. It says here the United States did not agree to harbor Hamas in Qatar. The U.S. pressured Qatar to remove Hamas's leaders and urge other countries not to provide them safe haven. Let's see about Israel, though. Let's see
Well, what
here.
about further back than recently? Because I know that we were saying that recently, but I believe that they went there because they were living in
Well,
exile.
in 2011, it says the U.S. originally requested that Qatar host Hamas's political office to establish a channel of communications for negotiations, but it doesn't really say that they were agreeing to harbor them there. Let's see here. Let's see. Well, give me a second here. Let me do a little quick read. So yeah, the United States requested in 2011 that Qatar provide a base for Hamas leadership to ease communications with the group. From 2012, Qatar hosted the Hamas party leadership. And let's see here. Qatar has been called Hamas's most important financial backer and foreign ally. And from 2018 to 2023, Israel's government enabled and approved Qatari support for Hamas for political reasons. That's according to Wikipedia, at least. And it looks like it's kind of a little bit blurry, but yeah, it looks like that could be the case, what you're saying.
Yeah, like that's why that strike wasn't exactly justified, because we said, can you open up your headquarters for Hamas in Qatar, in Doha? So their leadership's going to go there, pretty much living in exile in Qatar. So then if the Qataris have a relationship with them at that point, that's because we asked them to go to Qatar, the Qataris accepted them, and then on top of that, according to Wikipedia, the Israelis even supported that from 2019 to 2023, at least according to Wikipedia. So, it's like, that that's not really the same justification. Like, October 7th was horrendous, and then at that point we could change the situation with what the Hamas leadership is doing in Qatar and then say they need to go, and then see about the Qataris getting them out. But that's on the Qataris at that point. They're in Qatar. That's Qatar's sovereign right to say whether they want them to be there or not, and then we can take whatever kind of diplomatic actions we would like, sanctions and so on, against Qatar for whatever actions they take. But conducting an airstrike against the Hamas leadership in Qatar, when the Israelis supported it up until 2023, and when the U.S. requested it back in 2011, and then that headquarters was set up on the approval of the Qataris in 2012, it makes the waters a lot more murky with conducting those sorts of strikes, because we didn't say anything about, yeah, Afghanistan's fine with keeping al-Qaeda's leader Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. We never said anything like that. As a matter of fact, after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was over in 1989, we had no dealings hardly with the Mujahideen, the Taliban, or al-Qaeda for that matter from that point on.
Yeah, it's a weird relationship that those groups have. At some points in history, depending on the administration, the rule is the United States does not negotiate with terrorists. And then during some administrations, it's okay, we'll appease the terrorists a little bit to make sure that we can kind of keep things on the down low. And then it goes right back to, okay, no more negotiating. We're back to, taking them out again. So it seems like we're back to a pretty harsh approach. But even though the U.S. is with a harsh approach, honestly, I would tend to agree with the harsh approach. These people are terrorists. They're obviously interested in spreading terror. So those people shouldn't be treated lightly, in my personal opinion. But at the same time, though, Israel can't be launching missiles into Qatar. Like, that's just not going to work because it's against U.S. interests. But back to Afghanistan, though, we just can't go back there. Like, no matter what the reason is, if the Chinese are lurking around the airbase that we left behind, it's just tough. That's just too bad. We shouldn't have left the place. What are we going to do? Recommit troops to Afghanistan and reinvade the whole thing? I mean, it's just not. Viable.
I would have to say it's not viable. But getting back to what I was saying originally, going and invading Afghanistan originally in 2001 made a great deal of sense to me. Like, I know a lot of people sit there because it lasted 20 years and they go, oh, it didn't make any sense. What was it for? Oh, but then people forget that the reason why we went there was because everyone watched on their television two skyscrapers come crashing down in the middle of New York City and kill about 3,000 people in the process because of the leader of that group that was hiding out in the caves of Afghanistan. So that's generally why we went and did that action. And then when the guy fled from Afghanistan, when we invaded the country and then hid out in his hideout in Pakistan, we even violated the sovereignty of Pakistan to go get that guy, because we meant hell or high water. We were tracking that guy down to the ends of the earth to get him. And we did. So I would generally say that it had a purpose. And I don't ever like to think, folks, and this is a general sort of prerogative of mine, that wars are pointless because you're pretty much forsaking the guys who went over there and fought and died in that war, and pretty much saying that their debts were completely meaningless and they didn't amount to anything. And I would think that all the guys who went over there into Afghanistan amounted to a great deal when they were over there. They were fighting against the forces of evil itself that went and killed 3,000 Americans in New York that one day, and they did a pretty damn good job at it for 20 years. But anyways,
Also, by the way, how'd y'all like it that the U.S. president, when he made his post about Bagram and said that the U.S. wants it back, and if Afghanistan does not give the base back, then bad things are going to happen to Afghanistan. He also said that Bagram was built built by the United States of America. He is I don't know what his deal is. He won't take a direct approach against Russia, but he'll always take like these little side jabs, like at Putin, like all the time, like on the World War II thing. He knows that's a hot button issue for Putin. He'll take a jab and say the U.S. won World War II and Russia didn't really play a part in it. Then he'll come in and say, "Oh, that's right. Bagram was actually built by the United States, by the way. Russia didn't build that; it was us." It's like I don't understand. It's like, why are you going to like taunt Putin if you're not going to take a direct approach? It's just like jabbing him to anger him, but not really going all the way.
yeah, I really don't know, man, because it's like, the Soviets built this place, first off, and then we went in and improved it a lot. But they did build the thing and operated it first. So it's like technically they built it. We just kind of like renovated it a little bit when we showed up. But nobody knows. Like, no, I would bet you honestly, man, that he didn't even know that, and that's why he said it, is because he thinks that we built it, because he just doesn't know that the Soviets were there before us.
Nah. I think he knew because the way it was worded, it said if Afghanistan doesn't give Bagram Air Base back to those that built it, the United States of America, bad things are going to happen. President, right there. Honestly, I think he knew it. I think he did know it when he wrote it because he didn't have to specify who built it. If it's widely understood the U.S. built it, then why does he have to spell it out? So I think he did it on purpose. It was a little like a little bit of that trolling that they like to do.
Yeah, I would have to say maybe. But you never know. You never know. I gotta say the jury's out on that one for me. You never know. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Danny B once again. And thank you very much, Danny, for the second support tonight. We do appreciate
Hey!
that. And then Danny said, Chef Danny again, and in your opinion, do you think Israel would see another horrible event happen again on that very bad day in October? Hopefully not, in LLT LSA.
I would say probably not, because they've got Hamas on their heels in the Gaza Strip. If anything would happen, it would be inside the Strip against the IDF. And also, Hezbollah has been keeping their heads down after everyone in their leadership got killed over about the past few years. So I would say that something like October 7th will fortunately most likely not happen again, in my opinion. But hopefully I'm not wrong on that. Like, I would say, I might be wrong. Hopefully I'm not wrong on that. But I don't think something like that will happen again for quite a while, probably a couple of decades. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Live, Laugh, Toaster, Bath, who puts in the 15. And thank you very much for that support, by the way, and being a good channel legend. And they said, good evening, Enforcers. And I'll buy one base, please. Just one. And they said, in the process of joining the ADF, hopefully we'll be ready and prepared for future conflict in LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and hopefully we will be Live, Laugh, Toaster, Bath. I gotta say, joining the Australian Defence Forces is quite a impressive thing. I gotta say, good luck on that, and a big thanks to you for supporting your country and its national interest by serving in the armed forces. And I also gotta say, hopefully everyone will be prepared for the conflicts that come in the future, and hopefully our leadership will have the vision to be able to see them coming. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, something else, folks, that's kind of crazy. This is one that's actually, I got to give like a little bit of token credit where it's due to Stalin, because I was actually reading about this the other day, about steel production. This is actually something crazy though, Matthew. This ended up being prophetic by him. In 1931, he made a speech to the Soviet people as, the General Secretary of the Soviet Union, and he said, the Soviet Union is so far behind all the powers of the West industrially that we have to immediately, within the next 10 years, industrialize as much as we can, or in the next war in 10 years, they're going to crush us. And he meant someone over in the West. And 10 years later, no kidding, to the day, the Nazi Germans started their invasion of the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. So I was like, and that was why he brought forward the 5-year plans. But outside of that, Stalin was a genocidal maniac. But one thing that I do have to say is that was a near vision-like in saying in 10 years, to the day, literally, they're going to try and crush us, because the Germans actually did 10 years to the day of that speech. It's like, that was incredibly bizarre, like in terms of the timing and the coincidence. But still,
Yeah,
like,
unfortunately, I can't give any credit to Stalin there. He's took out millions of people. That guy there, he's a bit of a bastard. So even if he saw the steel production, that guy's a bastard, I must say.
not the steel production side of things, but everything else, because that was a little bit crazy. That was like, it's like, they're not like really like credit, like it was like being sarcastic. That's why I said token credit. But it's a little bit crazy to think that the guy said we have to industrialize to get ready for the next war, which is going to happen in 10 years, and then it literally happened in exactly 10 years to the day of that statement. It's like, that's a really bizarre sort of a coincidence in timing. And honestly, he turned out to, crazily enough, at least on that statement, be right. But, you know, then he ended up doing all sorts of horrendous stuff. Like, for example, in the middle of that, the Holodomor, which happened just a few years later in Ukraine, which killed several million. And then he ended up killing a load of other people throughout the rest of his reign. Crazily enough, folks, I think Stalin is responsible directly on his orders for the death of, I believe, people estimated to be around 17 million people. And that's not counting all of the Soviets that died in the Second World War, because you really can't control that sort of a deal. But for all the people who died from his orders to Laurenti Beria of the NKVD and every other state-structured plan of his, it ended up killing about 17 million people in the Soviet Union, which is a pretty crazy thing. And that, what's even crazier is that doesn't even pale in comparison to Mao on the Great Leap Forward, who ended up killing 40 million Chinese in the Great Leap Forward in just 1 year. That's honestly unbelievable, really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have another $15 support from Live Laugh Toaster Bath once again. And they said, I'll be fighting the Chinese next year because the leader of the apparent free world doesn't have a spine, in their opinion. And stand up straight, foreign policy, please. And LLT, LSA.
And thank you for the support. And hopefully we'll see that there is a little bit more spine in the leadership, I'd hope. But still, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to VS, who puts in an $11 support, and thank you very much, VS, as well. They said Bush Sr. Allegedly publicly greenlit Saddam's invasion of Kuwait before Gulf War I. Militant and or blind optimism allows for pondering whether that's the deal with U.S. saying we won't help the Baltics.
Wait, you said that George Bush Sr. Approved the invasion of Kuwait?
Yes.
I do not think that historically stands up to scrutiny.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, because the Iraqis invaded Kuwait because they were up to their necks in debt, and one of the major debtors of theirs was Kuwait, so they invaded them to try and absolve their own debts. Because if George Bush approved it, why in the world did he immediately say afterwards that they need to leave Kuwait because they illegally invaded a country, and then George Bush Sr. was the one who gathered together the national coalition, well, the international coalition that went over there and defeated him in the Gulf War? That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, but from what I understand, George Bush Sr. did not approve in any extent the Iraqi invasion and occupation of Kuwait. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Darren Quinn, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Darren, as well. He said, Putin has been chased up a tree by something here. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you very much, Darren, for the support.
And I thank you for the support, Darren, and helping the channel to keep on running. I guess Putin has been chased up a tree a little. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Todd K, and he puts in a 10. He said, I think the United States isn't telling everyone that we're ready to back up an ally.
I think the United States isn't really willing to back up an ally, because if we were willing to back them up, we'd say it. That's how foreign policy works. You don't leave your own allies in fear that you're about to leave them high and dry. This isn't a movie where, like, real life isn't a movie, and a lot of people think that it works off of the rules of a movie, where you sit there and you go, screw you guys, I'm out. And then you walk away until the climax of the movie, and then you go, all right, guys, let's get them. You know, and then you show back up at, like, the climax. That doesn't work in real life. You have to be with your allies 100% and tell them that you're there and that you're going to be with them, because if you're not saying that, you have the intention of not being there and doing anything. Foreign policy is very literal. If you say something, you mean it. There's really no other way around it. Well, on some things, there's some nuance, like the Russians saying there's bio labs in Ukraine and we're invading them. But when they say something like we are at war with the West, that means they're taking a hostile footing against us 100%. There's really no other way to interpret that. It's very literal sort of a deal. And so with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one. Let's see. And also, I see someone saying, someone said, I can't tell the two voices apart. We're brothers, so we sound really identical. But I'm the enforcer, and then that's Enforcer Matt. Okay.
It's right. If you examine it really closely, you'll see that there's a second person here that's also a little bit on the wee crazy side. But we're not going to get into that.
You see, you have to talk about the importance of keeping your room clean as I'm sitting here on the perk 30. Like, oh, buddy, like, we're absolutely tripping out here. Like, I gotta tell you. But anyways, so to some people we sound really similar. To some people we sound really different. But as far as that goes, as far as it is, we are different people. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, someone said, Matt, a guy thinks you're AI, LOL. Honestly, I take that as a compliment, me personally. AI's got most of the answers these days. So if someone thinks I'm an AI, I got that artificial intelligence. I got that real intelligence sometimes, maybe, on a good day. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat here. This one goes to Duncan VR. And thank you very much, Duncan, for that $12 support. And he said, Baba Moo, woof quack. Can you tell us apart now? But he said, oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man, I get no respect around here. I'm telling you.
And I thank you so much for the support, Duncan VR. I thank you greatly. And I got to say, oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man, I get no respect around here. Oh, man. I sat there and walked into a store one day. I sat there and said, hey, you got any dog food? They sat there and told me I couldn't come in the store unless I was on a leash. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man, it was a pet store, too. Oh, man, real bad stuff. Oh, man. You know, and my
What kind
parents
of pet
used
store
to...
is this? What the hell?
Well, they thought I was a dog, Matthew, because I'm that damn ugly. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. Oh, man, and my parents thought I was ugly, too. Oh, man. Oh, they thought I was real ugly. Oh, man. One day I sat there and I looked at my mom, and she covered my face with a plastic bag. Oh, man. It was see-through, too. I don't even know what in the world she was trying to hide. Oh, man. But it got hard to breathe for a minute. You know, I started turning purple. Oh, man, I'm telling you. Oh, man. But you know something else, folks? I was thinking about introducing a new voice. I was thinking about introducing the voice of that one chick that did that Theranos thing. You know, how she'd sit there and come up on stage and she'd be like, we are revolutionizing the medical technology sphere and disrupting the current metrics of how medicine works. You know, I was thinking about introducing that voice because, honestly...
Would you like a blood sample?
Would you like to buy Enron stocks? Would
you care for a little bit of a blood sample that can test 20 different antigens?
With one drop of blood, we can find out exactly what is wrong with you. You have, like, and then they'd say something terrible like, you have cancer, and they wouldn't, like, and it was horrendous. I actually was listening to a video documentary on YouTube about that today, and I was like, oh my god, like, I saw the American Greed documentary on it, but the YouTube video was also pretty good on it too. I was like, dang, I was like, that is crazy right there. That's crazy. Also, the Enron deal was crazy. Honestly, I've been listening to a lot of that stuff. I listened to the original Ponzi scheme done by Ponzi, which the whole thing is named after. And honestly, man, I'm not gonna lie, these scamming people have been scamming for a while.
Yeah, they've been scamming for a while. As long as you're somebody with no scruples whatsoever, a little bit of intelligence and a little bit of confidence, that's how they got the name Con Man, Confidence Man, because they go around telling people one thing and they're doing another. They're just, doing one thing and then doing another. Interesting. That's interesting.
Also, Mason Miami said, you need to do Sam Kinison. Well, that's a great idea because you live in a freaking desert. You live in a desert. Nothing grows here. Like that's kind of him. But
damn, you all right?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Sam Kinison though was not okay. Like he was not okay. he was real bad.
Sounds crazy.
You know, I think you know what's crazy about that guy? If you remember him, Maddie, he was the guy on the stage like screaming about you live in the desert, nothing grows here, all that deal.
You talking about the comedian?
Yeah, that's Sam Kinison.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know his name, but I know the joke.
Yeah, so crazily enough, that guy actually once was a preacher, but then he got into a car crash and his like personality changed after the car crash.
So is that really him doing that, or is that his comedian act?
That's him. Like he like his personality like literally did a 180 after that car crash.
So he started screaming about water in the desert after the accident or before?
after the accident. Like after, that's it.
Oh.
He was different after that. He was a preacher and everything. Like a little different.
Well,
So
honestly, he was preaching. I mean, he was preaching then too. I mean, don't go to a desert and expect to have a lot of water. I mean, that's get on your soapbox, tell the truth.
come here. You see this? It's sad. Like he was going off, and he was honestly right. But you know something, folks? I was thinking of there's one voice that we don't do on air, and it's because it's practically the kill switch for this show. You see, because if we do this voice, there's going to be this crazy thing called law firms that show up, and they're going to start a cease and desist. I'll give you all a hint. I'm gonna leave it there. Oh god, like that's actually far.
I'm sitting here at my desk and I looked up and there's like a light on behind me, so it creates like shadows in front of me on the wall. I suddenly saw two round-shaped objects start appearing over my head. It kind of looked like two ears, and I heard, "What was you said?"
You think you're gonna steal my copyright? Like I'm about to break your knees. It's like, bruh, you better be careful, man. Like,
Don't call me the king, but got a little bit of that intellectual royalties.
I gotta be honest with you. We just had to refresh the copyright, and it sounds like you're gonna be our first case. Let's get him, Goofy. Like, but anyways.
Meanwhile, jump to the Middle East.
We shall go in there on national TV,
Inshallah.
and we shall tell the people that they shall make sure that they are running rampant, inshallah. And we shall also make sure that the tandoor is cooking daily, inshallah, with a little bit of side of something, I don't know, inshallah.
This guy's going crazy. Like, he's honestly going nuts. Like, he's losing it.
Crazy.
Someone, you know what's crazy though is that Hamas was never scared of anyone, literally until they got a cease and desist letter for that character, and then they actually got rid of him because of that letter. Like, honestly, man, that's crazy when they're more scared of Disney than they are the U.S. government.
Man, that's crazy. Honestly, that is crazy.
Back then Disney had some power. Like they were
They
scared.
still got it.
They were scared they were going to unfreeze Walt back then, man. Like, and bring him back out. He's going to be like, what are you saying? Communists? I'm about to become an FBI informant, damn it. If y'all didn't know that, Walt Disney was actually an FBI informant back in the day, back in the good old days, for Edgar Hoover and his boys, because of the whole strikes of the writers and stuff and the animators in Hollywood, which, was a personal victim of, at least. So he would inform on them, and he was also a key member of the McCarthy era's House Un-American activities. He was one of the main proponents of pushing that thing on along. So, a little interesting thing with that. But, generally an interesting time in this country's history. But still, with that, I hope that addresses that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next one here, this one goes to none other than Bobby43, and a huge shout to you, Bobby, for that support, by the way. That is LC39A right there, and he puts in a 100 Canadian, and thank you very much, Bobby, for that massive support right there, 100 Canadian support. He said, Matt has the announcer voice. And Bobby, I like you that much more now that you said that. Thank you very much for the compliment about the announcer voice right there. I'm announcing the news on here, right here. Maybe I can sound closer to Walter Cronkite, maybe. Maybe I can sound closer to that. Or maybe I won't sound like that. Maybe I'll sound like Matt, and I'll just have my own voice, I guess. But thank you very much, Bobby, for that support right there, and I appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, Bobby. I guess I just don't have one. Like, I guess I don't have a voice. But still, a massive thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because it is folks like you who make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Khan LSA, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Khan, for that support. He said, I was in both Iraq and Afghanistan for over a decade. And by now, the individuals in the Middle East have stolen everything of value in Bagram Air Base, and there won't even be any copper left in the electrical wiring on the phone poles.
Wait a minute, there's crackheads in Afghanistan? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, oh my God.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I almost had a stroke there when I saw the copper left in the electrical poles. I almost panicked. I almost lost it when I saw that. I was like, wait a minute, what are we saying here? What is this? But I'm honestly though, he has a point though. But the catch is, Con, that's just good business. I think it's finders keepers is the rule. It's finders keepers. If there's copper laying around or something like that, you can get it. Obviously, don't steal it. But if it's just out there and it's finders keepers, I guess it's there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be honest with you. I think your problem, fella, is that you don't know a good hustle when you see one. Like I'm just kidding. But I got to be honest with you. That's probably true. They probably did strip it down to the copper wiring. I'm not gonna lie. I bust out laughing nearly every time I say that because I got to be honest with y'all, folks. Like, here's my thing, folks. Some people say that some of the homeless folks in America are homeless because they're on drugs, and a lot of them go around stripping the copper out of the wiring. Why don't we just put them to work in the copper mines? I mean, it's good for them. It's good for business. Like, what's the problem there? Who in the world would have
You
an
trying to
issue?
compete with Fox News at this point for crazy statements, honestly.
Nah, man, they get paid. I mean, they're getting paid. The company's
Okay, they're
getting
getting
paid.
paid.
Yeah,
That's okay.
they're getting paid. They're doing their thing. Everyone's happy. Like, it's like that's not like one of those crazy statements, man. That guy was like nuts. But this is something
Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how that guy made that crazy statement over there on Fox, and then he had the audacity to go and criticize somebody else making a crazy statement
know,
somewhere
right?
else? Talking about hypocrisy at its maximum.
That's no irony in it whatsoever. It's a shame, really. Like those none of those politicized folks like him or people on the other side even get that they're doing that, or they're fine with it and they accept it because it's rules for thee, not for me, sort of a deal for all of them. But beyond that, like think about it, Matthew. Like the homeless junkie type folks, they get paid to mine copper. And the company makes money. I mean, it's a win-win for everyone, and then they get to do whatever the hell they want. So, they get a win. The company gets a win. It's a win-win for everyone. It's a great thing all around. It boosts the gross domestic product.
Yeah, honestly, like now, obviously, this is going to get some criticism, but I think that if the government brought back like government work programs, like for example, simply providing government jobs that are easy to qualify for, that people could join, like for especially people that are homeless, they could easily sign up for the job, not have to go through all the hoops and things like that to try to get the job. They could simply just say, okay, yeah, well, I would like that job to like assist with the public works. They could simply go do it. It's easy pay. It's real quick and easy. If they can't show up, it's easy to also let them go as well when it comes to letting them off the job. So that would be pretty good. Like they brought that back. I can't remember what president did that back in the day. Do you recall which one it was? It was like the government work program guy.
That would be FDR under the New Deal.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Like that was actually pretty solid right there. These days they still have obviously public works jobs, but they're not as easy to get, and also they're not as plentiful as they used to be. So it's not as simple as like, for example, some guy that's down on his luck can just simply go and apply for it and get it. It's not that simple. At least right now, it's not. So. It's just a tough one. Honestly, I will say this: like I obviously like our streets to be clean, but at the same time, I also have sympathy for individuals that are down on their luck, especially in today's economy. Like when I see people that are down on their luck on the side of the road, some of the people want to be there. Like I understand that. Like some people just generally don't want to put any effort in, and for the people like that, there's just really no helping. They're just going to be where they're at. But for the people that are simply down on their luck, it's like I really feel like really bad. Like I feel like we should do things to help those people more. But you gotta separate the two groups. There's the homeless people that are down on their luck that simply had a bad run of luck that need the help, and there's also ones that want to make a career out of it. Like they want to start panhandling for money, like as a career. And some of them actually make pretty damn good money doing it too, which is the crazy thing. And they don't pay taxes generally on it because obviously it's money they're just getting off the street. So they don't contribute taxes based on that money. So that's also a problem.
Yeah. Also, I see some people saying, "Well, don't make fun of them." I'm not trying to. I was just cracking a joke. I'm not trying to make fun of them. I have sympathy for folks in that sort of a plight. But when there's a joke to be made, there's a joke to be made. We didn't spare the last administration. We didn't spare the current one. We don't spare Zelensky, Putin, anyone. Like that's generally the thing about jokes is that you can make a joke on anything. So no disrespect to the homeless folks. Some people are really down on their luck. Some others are not, and they want to be there, and I don't really understand those folks, and I don't think I ever will, because I think that kind of living has got to be rough. Well, it is rough. You ask anyone who's been in that position. I know a couple of people who have, but it is what it is. But also, I think some people don't get this either, but you kind of have a right to do what you want in this country, to the point that if you want to be homeless and on the street, you pretty much have a right to be homeless and on the street.
Yeah.
To
Not
to
really
some extent.
anymore.
Yeah, not really anymore. Everyone's going to tell you to get moving. But still, you kind of have a right to do that. And I think that's what some people don't get. If some people want to be homeless, they're going to be homeless. And you really don't have much of an ability to stop that. So there's always going to be some homeless people somewhere because some people actually like being like that. A lot of people don't, though. And to those people, we need to find a way to help them out. But to other folks who just want to be homeless, there's no helping someone who doesn't want any help. So they just wander around and do what they do being homeless. And they're having a fun time at it, so why bother them? Leave them alone. As long as they're not being a nuisance to the public or harming anyone,
Yeah,
let them have at it.
That's the big part right there. The ones that need mental assistance because they're having like a mental crisis or something, those that's one thing the government's overlooking right now. They need to tend to that because the ones that are really loud and outrageous acting, the homeless individuals on the streets that become a public a nuisance basically. They go around causing a disturbance and things like that. They need to get a grip on that because it's disturbing tax-paying citizens that are working every single day and providing for their family. You can't even walk down the sidewalk in some cities because of that. That's a huge problem right there. But the solution is not to go punish those people. If they have a legitimate mental condition, then they simply need help. And that's, in my opinion, that's the job of the government, is to set up facilities to handle those people and to provide them decent care, not like luxury care or something like that, but just decent care to get them off the street, try to help them, and also let the other citizens in society that are being productive and going about their normal life and trying to make a living, let them be able to enjoy the facilities their taxes are paying for without being harassed by people that are having a mental crisis.
Yeah, I would agree on that. And also, I would say that the government should have a lot of domestic priorities. I don't see any party emphasizing this much. So I'll say what I think the government should have as a priority in the country. We should massively expand civil infrastructure to every single degree. There should be more public parks in most cities. There should be more public transportation. There should be better quality or cheaper utilities, cheaper electricity, cheaper water nationwide. Try and find a way to make that possible. We should try and make sure to have the most profitable jobs possible if we can find them, or at least lower the cost of things enough. Find some way to try and lower the cost to where it's actually feasible and livable quite easily. We need to try and find a way for people to have their own dwellings, whether they be apartments, houses, whatnot. And that's also a big issue at the civic level, is that a lot of people do not want to approve at a city level high density residential housing like apartment blocks and such things. Most of the time they only approve low density residential or single family houses, which is a bit of an issue, and that starts causing some problems. But there needs to be some moves in those directions because that would vastly improve the quality of life for a large amount of Americans. And also, if we could, start up some public works projects to give people jobs who don't have jobs and just pay them out of the tax dollars and boost the tax base as a result of that. That would probably be a good move as well.
At that point, it's not a handout. They're working for the money. So people can't argue, oh well, the government's just giving money to homeless people just to give it to them. It's like, well, no, they're providing a service, so they're getting paid for work. And also, it teaches the people that are down on their luck. Oh well, yeah, I got to work for my money. I got money. That's the way it works. So, and it shows them they can build a life from there. Like obviously, they don't want to probably get stuck in public works their whole life, but they can build something out of it if they chose to, and it kind of proves that to them mentally that they can do it. So that's a good thing all the way around. But it's just it seems like the government's focused on pretty much everything other than actual issues that most Americans even care about on a daily basis. We're focused on everything but that.
You know what's kind of funny, man, is that folks, I can talk about this because I'm gonna knock both neutrally. In the last administration, the economy was worsening over the last year in 2024, and we said it a little bit on the channel. People were like, "What do you mean? The economy's great?" And it was clearly getting worse. Things were getting a good bit more expensive. And then under the current administration, they lowered the price of eggs for like a month, and then they completely dropped everything else. They're like, "Up, we did it. Great success. The economy's on the up. Let's move on." And then they've never touched the economy again after that. So the economy's still doing what it was doing before in 2024, and they fixed the price of eggs for like a month or so, and then everything's still rising in prices, and things are still quite difficult for most people.
Yeah, that's one thing there that we have to make clear. Like, this isn't even political, people. The housing prices are still through the roof. The groceries are still high. Everything's still high. And also, it looks like the job numbers aren't doing too good either. So I think they even held off on releasing the jobs report, if I'm not mistaken, because of some unknown reason.
Oh,
I think we all know the reason, but they held off on holding the jobs report and putting it out there.
we're now moving on from reporting quarterly to reporting in thirds.
Oh, is that the reason why they delayed it?
Yes, because why are they reporting in quarters? It's so inefficient. We ought to just do it in thirds. It's like, so now we're changing the whole reporting system from quarterly to thirds, just so that way we don't have a bad report coming out right now.
Yeah, and also it's like just from a common sense standpoint, like when someone says, "Oh, the prices have gone down, it's all fixed." It's like, how do you fix a problem like that in under like 6-7 months or something like that? You can't fix that problem in 6 or 7 months. That's impossible. Like even from an economic standpoint, you can't do that. So I'm like, even if it was like the world's best genius economist that became the president, and they did the exact right maneuvers and made no mistakes, it would be nearly impossible to change that trajectory in just that short period of time. So it's not even really possible on its face. And also the reality doesn't back it up either. All the reports show that reality doesn't back that up. We're all Americans. So most of us are here in the chat. We obviously have Europeans here too. But for all the Americans, like you can go to the store and you see the prices. We all know once prices go up, they don't come down. That's not the way our economy works. Once something goes up, the companies keep them there. Even if inflation goes back down, the companies will keep the prices high because they found a new way to make some extra money. Even if inflation goes down, they're like, oh, we can just pocket that extra cash now and put that toward our profit margin. And that's what they're doing on everything, including housing too. Housing's outrageous. You got to have a whole lot of money for a down payment, and also the interest jacks your payment up every month like it's going out of style.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing, really. It's a really crazy thing. And no one's fixing it. No one fixed it in the last administration or the current one. And, that's something that we can complain about personally because we're dealing with it. And every time we go to the store, we're like, damn, like this bag of chips is $4. Like, it's like, this is insane. Like the prices these days. Like when you go through Taco Bell, like I was telling Matthew this, I was like, you remember, Matthew, not that long ago when they had a dollar menu, like back in 2020? Now the cheapest thing on the Taco Bell menu is, I think, $3. So inflation has skyrocketed by 300% in just the last 4 years. Which is
It's
a little
insane.
it's nuts. It really is nuts. And for some reason, folks, nobody actually pays attention to the real costs because the price of gas hasn't changed, at least within our area. Like I know that in Alabama, the gas that I get was about $3.80 a gallon earlier this year, and that was about the highest it had ever gotten. And now, right now, it's $3.85. So it dropped 5 cents a gallon. And there's a statement out there that the gas prices are cheaper than they ever were. And some people will just take that and run with it. And I know, because I pay at the pump, that it hasn't gotten any cheaper at all. Nothing's gotten cheaper. Everything's actually getting more expensive still, slowly and surely. And nothing's happening or changing about that. But if you subscribe to a political party, if your party's in charge and they tell you that the economy is great, the economy is great. It doesn't matter if it is still going up. You just believe that it's great just because they told you. But anyways,
I'll be honest with you. I'm not even really sure how you fix the problem. I'll be honest with you. Like when it comes to high inflation, like normally what they do with high inflation is, I believe they raise the interest rate, if I'm not mistaken, to combat inflation. But that really didn't work that well. Inflation is still a problem, and they raised the rates. And I think now they're lowering the interest rates actually, which honestly, I'm not an economist, but that doesn't make much sense to me because inflation really hasn't been fixed yet. It's still rising based on what I can see. So I'm not really sure what you can do to fix it. Like, for example, egg prices, milk prices, normal staple everyday items that people have to pay for. It seems like the companies aren't going to lower them, even if the inflation issue gets fixed. So I don't know what the solution is. Some people say, "Oh, let's raise the wages. That'll fix it." But the problem is that's like a dog chasing its tail. You raise wages, the companies that then pay the workers to produce the staple items that you need to purchase, then raise the price of the goods to supplement the money they're paying to the workers extra for the wages. So then you become the dog chasing its tail at that point, and it becomes a reckless cycle that happens over and over and over again. So raising wages works in the short term, but it doesn't work in the long term. It just creates a bad situation. So How you fix it, that's why we need people with intelligence to really put their minds to it that actually are economists, because somebody needs to think about it, because not only are we really not thinking about a real solution, we're not even close to implementing one either.
I would say one of the big issues that I know of right now is the logistics issues, like the ports of Long Beach, so on and so forth, Newark, which are generally seeing backlogs still because there's not enough longshoremen, and also the lack of logistical ability in the trucking and railroad industry have been big issues that have been afflicting the country since the earlier part of this decade during the epidemic that came through. That's been an issue. That was an issue then, and it's really still been an issue. And there's a lot of things that aren't really getting fixed. Like, for example, a lot of people are like railroads are having hiring issues recently, if y'all haven't heard, because the working conditions, by the claims of most people there, aren't really that great. So that's leading a lot of people to quit, and then a lot of people don't really want to get the job. And if they do get the job, they don't stay around for long. So there's a backlog of freight that has to be moved, and the railroads aren't moving them. And then there's not enough truckers out there because truckers don't really make the kind of pay that they used to that made it worthwhile to take those long hours out on the road. And that's also leading to a shortage of truckers. And then at the ports themselves, there's not enough longshoremen and not enough port facilities, for that matter, to keep up with the flow of cargo. So there's huge issues logistically everywhere. And that's what's also leading to the rise in prices, is that the supply is being artificially decreased due to the lack of logistical capacity to bring the supplies to their distribution points. So if the logistical issues were fixed, which is pretty much a entire reforming of the transportation sector in the country and trying to find some way to incentivize people to work in those jobs and therefore make it far more efficient and increase the amount of supply at distribution points, that ought to fix some of the issue, at least to some degree. But that's something that no one in the government thinks of, because nobody thinks about the mechanical level. But from what I've heard from everywhere, from every expert, they're saying that the logistical bottlenecks are a good bit of the reason why prices are rising.
Yeah, and it's hitting the young people the hardest. Like, it really is. It's hitting young people the hardest because back in the day, you used to be able to buy a home for an affordable amount of money, or at least, in comparison to the wages that were made, a few decades back, like for the last generation, you used to be able to buy a house for a reasonable amount. Of course, you had to work for a down payment. That was understood, but you could at least afford a starter home at a reasonable age, like around, less than 30 or so. These days, though, approximately 1 in 3 young adults between 18 and 34, they live with their parents. That's 1 in 3. So that's obviously not good, because I understand some people may love their parents, but the problem is, though, you have to eventually get out and start your own life, and you can't do that if you're living at home with your parents. So, that's another problem as well. Also, another issue is a lot of kids are going to college and they're paying the most exorbitant rates for college tuition now. They come out with staggering debt. And some people say, well, they shouldn't have gone to college if they didn't want the debt. Well, the problem is, though, they were sold on the lie that degree, that piece of paper, would then get them a high-paying job. But it turns out these days that's not really the case. There's not enough jobs for all these graduates from college to then go get a high-paying job. So then they get strapped with this monumental debt. So they're already behind. And then they're behind because they can't find a job. And then they're behind because they got the debt. And then they're behind because the cost of everything's gone through the roof. They can't afford houses. They can't barely afford to eat. So at that point, then you have an entire generation of young adults that are demoralized, and they don't know what the future holds for them. And they can't build a family that way because they can't afford to barely take care of themselves. So they're relying on their parents. So I mean, that's just a tough one. Like, honestly, that's a tough one. I thank God, I really do, that me and Andrew are in that position right now. Like, we are very blessed to not be in that position right now. And a huge thank you to everybody on this channel for making this possible, that we're able to do this as a career, because we enjoy it, but also we're not in the same boat as our peers, thankfully. Obviously, we're not rich, but we're not, like on the verge of going bankrupt either. So I'm very, very blessed for what we do here. But most people our age are not in that same position, which is a shame.
Also, young people don't go to Starbucks 3 times a day and buy the latest iPhone every time it's released. I have the same iPhone that I've had for 6 years now, and I don't buy a single cup of Starbucks. And even still, we have to budget running the show with how expensive things are. So, it's that's kind of like that. Like, honestly, that's that detached generational crap that people do. where everyone just acts like they're the greatest. And honestly, like, one thing I gotta say is that boomers have absolutely no stake to say that they just worked hard. I mean, the economy was literally the greatest it ever was during the generation of the boomers. Like, not to make it a generational war here, but it was the greatest it ever was. The houses were the cheapest, the wages were the best, the sorts of protections that you had from large companies just absolutely shafting you were incredibly high during that time. I mean, there was a lot of things economically that existed back then that made life way easier for people, and a lot of those economic protections and a lot of the economic sorts of conditions that persisted back then that were actually optimal, that should be what it is now, don't exist today. So, that's a little bit of a very detached sort of a thing to say, because nobody lives like that. Like, most people I know that are in my generation are working 3 jobs because nobody hires full-time because they don't want to give out the benefits that come with a full-time job. So everybody gets hired part-time. So they have to work 3 part-time jobs, which equals up about 60 to 70 hours a week, which is incredibly similar to the amount of hours we work running this show. So that way they can get part-time pay, no benefits, no insurance, no nothing. And then they struggle to find even an apartment to rent because the apartments are so damn expensive that it's unbelievable. And most of them are like eating rice every day that they boil, and it has almost no seasoning or anything. And they
No
just,
seasoning.
yeah, no seasoning even. They don't even have the money for salt. Like, it's like they just eat rice.
They could add a little. They hadn't heard of those little like 99-cent seasoning packs. I mean, they could add a little seasoning to it.
Yeah, they could add a little seasoning to probably, but a lot of people live like that in our generation. It's a really rough sort of a thing. We don't, luckily, and that's because we're running the show, and it allows us to be a little bit better off than most everyone else in our generation. But saying that it's just because the younger generation is too stupid and they buy coffees, I mean, that's a really, really lame sort of an assessment. I generally assume you haven't been around anyone in my generation because all of them are busting ass to get practically nowhere and to just stay alive these days, at least. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Con LSA, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Con, as well, for that support. He said, you never see steel plant workers, paper mill workers, or others who work such jobs because all of them work shift work, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days a week. And these plants run 24/7.
And I would have to say that is true. And I thank you so much for the support. And they run 24/7. That's one of the cool things about them is that they are 24/7 factories, which I think is really interesting. But a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dalton C137. And thank you very much, Dalton, for that support, that $10 support. He said, almost went to work for Nucor as an engineer, and it's amazing how violent the high voltage electrodes are while melting down steel. And each site's electric bill is 7 digits each month.
Yeah, it's crazy, really. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. And I got to thank you for the support. And that's really cool to hear that you almost worked for Nucor. I would love to go and see a mini mill, even, or an integrated steel mill. I think that would be so cool. Maybe one day I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to get in there and see that. Because the electric arc furnaces are super cool, and even the blast furnaces are really cool too. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to, let's see here. This one goes to none other than Danny B, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Danny, once again, for the third support of the night. He said, Chef Danny again. And I just told Enforcer Matt that most of my food products went up 4% in just the last 2 months, which makes me having to raise my prices. And I cannot do another 2020 when I tried to open my first restaurant. And also, by the way, I'm sorry to hear that, Danny, because I know that's tough on business. I haven't begun to look at what the costs are on merch anymore because I got to do a cost analysis when we open our merch store again, because I haven't had it in a long time. And I don't know what the costs are now. I'm sure they've gone up tremendously, but I'll have to check that. But also, by the way, Danny, I would imagine you're buying in bulk. For your restaurant, I would imagine, or your catering business. So that's kind of crazy. If you are buying in bulk, for the prices to go up by 4%, that's horrendous. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's rough. Like, that is really rough. And I think once again, it's coming down because those are raw materials. That's not the let's see, how will we say it? The service sector that's leading to the increase in prices from, say, greed. That's because the actual goods themselves are becoming more expensive because the supply. is most likely being fixed by a logistics bottleneck. Because generally, that's one of the big things that makes something expensive is that it's hard to get somewhere. That's why back in the day, in the early 1900s, having something imported from overseas was a status symbol because it was really expensive and laborious to move that somewhere. So it was bottlenecked. So it would be expensive just because it was hard to get it over here to America. Nowadays, that's not the issue anymore, or at least it shouldn't be the issue, because globalized logistics has been so well fleshed out and is so efficient and so cheap that anything can go anywhere and it can travel the country incredibly cheap. But I think that that's one of the main problems, and that's why the prices are rising, like 4% over 2 months in that instance, is because the ability to transport the goods is diminishing, and for that reason, the supply at distribution points is decreasing, so automatically at those distribution points like yours, the prices are going to rise because there's less supply and the same demand, which is going to lead to the increase in price. Or for your matter, buying the ingredients themselves, the same restaurants are buying those ingredients, but they're getting less of them, so the price is going to rise. That's what I would think, at least, would be the basic sort of rundown, but I'm not an economics expert, but that would seem to be the issue to me. But still, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does dressed out well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Luke UK, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Luke, once again for that support. He said, should I start prepping and LSA?
I'm not really a big believer in prepping, but if you want to, you can. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also saw someone say, boomers don't eat out. Oh, come on, you're not telling me that. McDonald's literally blew up during your era. Like, there's no way that that's the case. Like if we went and looked at a McDonald's map, McDonald's every decade map. Let me go pull up the map. So let's see here. Do we have a map that would show year over year? Let's see here. We need to find the map.
I can tell you just by looking at that kid's face up there at the top that the prices were lower.
You know, you could tell that they were. And still
Oh,
only
so that's
15 cents
right there. Look at that, 15 cents. God, I don't know what a normal hamburger is now. It's not. I don't even think it's $1 anymore. I think it's like $2 or something.
But you know, I can't. I will not believe that boomers didn't eat out, because literally every fast food restaurant we have today blew up when y'all were in your teens, or your late teens and your 20s. KFC blew up in the 70s. The boomers were in their 20s by the 70s, or around that time. That's when every single fast food restaurant blew up. So there's no way that you're saying boomers didn't eat out. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a demand that would have led to these fast food restaurants to explode like they do. That just wouldn't make too much sense. Because if there was no demand for fast food restaurants and people weren't eating out, why in the world did they have enough business to expand so rapidly? That wouldn't really correlate. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Khan LSA once again, who puts in a 10. He said, wrong. Putin's project Lakta in St. Petersburg, Russia, is now the world's largest cybersecurity threat. And Putin has gone full-blown nuclear on false propaganda and cyber attacks, and Russia has declared war. I think there's a division in Russia that's one of the most notorious ones, and it's technically loosely affiliated with the government. It's called something Bear. I'm not sure if it's like, forgot the name of it, something like Angry Bear or something like that. I can't remember the name, but something like that. And they've been responsible for a lot of cyber attacks, but they're loosely affiliated with the government. It's not like an official government department. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I thank you for the support and sharing that. And that might be the case. I would assume that it probably is. I'm not really a big person to follow cyber warfare too much. I find it to be out of my wheelhouse, really, but I would believe you on that. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I see some people saying, I'm a boomer, and we ate out regularly. Yeah, everyone did. It's like, you know, people sit there and talk about, oh, you know, the boomers, they worked hard. It's like, no, boomers were hippies. Like, boomers grew up during that era. They had Woodstock. They had all these events. They would go traveling all the time on road trips. They pack their little sandwiches. They go get McDonald's. All that stuff was them. Cheap cars were them. Like that's when the automobile blew up because it was so cheap and affordable. Every single boomer, when they were in their 20s and 30s, could go out and buy a car, and then they could go out and buy multiple cars. Like, you know, that sort of economic prosperity that existed back then. Like it's honestly crazy to me because boomers think that they were like absolutely battling it out to get ahead. They could get a career, a 40-hour job, a 40-hour work week job, a full-time job with all the benefits and everything, and be guaranteed that job. And then they'd also be able to have the expendable income to support and raise an entire family because the fertility rate during that period was actually high. It was like 2.2, and then it collapsed right after the boomer era and when they had their kids and when their generation was coming around to have it. So they had enough expendable income to have 2 kids, which most other generations since them have not had. They had enough income to be able to buy a house with both of the married individuals working or not. They had the expendable income to go on trips. They had all kinds of stuff. They had pensions. They had a million things that we don't have now. And so I know that that's not the case. Like I respect them for their work ethic. They had work ethic like every other generation had, but it's not like the slog and battle that every other generation has had after them. Like every single one of them has had a slog and a true battle, and it's been getting worse. And I don't discredit the boomers and resent them for that. I think they were quite fortunate, but I also think that they need to realize that they were quite fortunate and were alive and grew up in the most successful economic period in history, anywhere in the world for that matter. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, everybody will say these days that this is the most common thing I hear from people, especially like economic gurus and stuff that want to jump on like short videos and be experts when they have no education in it whatsoever. They'll say, oh, well, like, you know, in the 21st century, in 2025, it's easier than ever to make money. It's like, well, it's like, what do you mean by it's easier than ever to make money? It's like, if you're speaking about, like, for example, YouTubers or something like that, there's only like a small percentage that actually make it on YouTube where they can make a career out of it and make enough money to live on it. Only a small percentage. It's like less than like 1% or something that actually can do that. So it's like, it may be easy today for some to make money like on platforms like that, but for most people, it's still like the traditional job is the way forward. And jobs are not growing, they're not increasing, they're shrinking. And also the wages are staying stagnant. So while the cost of everything goes up, the wages stay the same, your buying power has been reduced, and therefore you're poorer than your parents,
Man,
which is just, you know, basic sense.
What the hell? What I cannot believe this stuff, man. Earlier in the show, folks, we were getting called liberals. Now people are calling us MAGA. Like you can't say anything these days without people acting like you. Like yeah, MAGA. People are acting like now we're MAGA because I said, you know, well the economy isn't really that great these days. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Biden got elected on that same premise. So I don't really think that's a Republican thing. I think that's just a national issue, is that everyone can kind of agree the economy isn't really that great, but then people get elected on either end and they don't fix it. I think that's something we can all agree on, and there really isn't any sort of a political background or reasoning to that. It's just that it's not good, and that's what it is. But you know, like, and also I got to say this, folks. I have no resentment for the boomers. I honestly wish them well. I think it was a great thing that they grew up in the economic era they did. But I also don't like them kidding themselves into thinking that they worked really hard and they just succeeded, because it's like every single boomer has a success story. Like they're always like, "Oh, we did great." You know, like I worked so hard and every one of them did great. Hardly any of them fell through. It's like, okay, so everyone worked really hard and then everyone succeeded. So clearly it's not because people were working hard. It was just a good time. So working hard came with a great deal of rewards. Working hard these days comes with hardly any rewards for most people. Like I would just like for those folks to realize that. And you know, agree with the next generation that we ought to give everyone a fair shot at having the same kind of economic prosperity that they lived through, because that was the ideal era economically. Like that's just the truth of it. Like nothing against them or anything, but I just wish that they would, you know, hop on board with all the other generations and help them with the push to try and improve the economy, so that way everyone can have the good time like they had. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And both of the parties out there, both the political parties have good ideas, by the way. Like that's why I'm a moderate, me personally. But both sides have good ideas. If both sides would simply say, okay, let's put aside the things that we can't agree on for a second. The few things that we can agree on, which are shrinking rapidly these days, let's get together on those and actually make something happen. That would give hope to the people if they would simply do that. But they don't do that though, because guess what? If they did that, they wouldn't be rage baiting you. They wouldn't be getting you to vote for them in the next election because you didn't own the other side the way you should have owned the other side or something like that. You didn't best them or rage bait them enough. So then you get voted out, and the next best rage baiter takes the person's place in the government because that's who people want now. They don't want somebody that actually fixes it. They want someone who owns the other side.
Yeah, that's true, really. But still, I hope that addresses that well, at least in our 2 cents. We're going overtime again tonight, Matthew. We said we were going to try and make this one a little bit shorter, and we're going overtime again. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that $10 support. And he said, one of 3 prerequisites for a superpower is global military projection with the intent to keep conflicts away from the homeland of said superpower, much as the British Empire did. And is that not home defense?
Yeah, kinda, but with Britain, home defense was of their empire, which was globe spanning. Our home defense is kind of an empire, which is also globe spanning, but not a colonial empire. It's an empire of allies and economic alliances that we've created over the decades. So with that, I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Luke UK, who puts in another 10-pound donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, I'm 24. And that's crazy, actually. That's, I think Enforcer's 24, I think.
Yeah, I'm actually 24. Well, actually,
I
hang
can't
on.
keep it straight anymore.
I'm 23. What the hell are you talking? Like, you kidding me? Thinking I was 24 for a second. Yeah, I'm 23. I don't even think about how old I am anymore. But
Yeah, he's 23. Also, by the way, there's a little bit more to the super chat. I'll finish reading real quick.
okay,
He said,
yeah.
he said, I'm 24, and I will have to go fight Russia when war breaks out. And thank you for what you do, and please take a live chat question in LLT LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, Luke K. and Luke UK. And also, thank you for enjoying what we do. And I would probably have to go fight that war eventually as well, but I probably wouldn't be called up in the first waves because of the scoliosis stuff. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. But still, I thank you so much for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we will make sure to get a live chat. And long live the Lee Spring Army.
And the live chat question is going to go to Uncovered Cube, who said, why doesn't the U.S. government just come out and say that China has a hold of Venezuela and it's not good, and that's why they're taking action?
They're scared of what that would cause in the global scheme, and also they think that a lot of Americans wouldn't connect with that because a lot of Americans would go, "I thought we were over this whole empire thing. Donkeys leading lions," some stupid shit like that. The anti-war stuff in the West has gone way overboard to the point people are wimps. Like, people won't sit there and think that it's worth standing up and fighting for anything anymore, even our defense or what we have, because they're just so wimpified because some movie sat there at some point and had some guy drop his gun and get on his knees and go, "Oh," and then everyone goes, "Oh, this is terrible." It's like, come on. It's like, war is bad, yes, but we have to do it. Sometimes we have to go to war anyways, whether it's good or not, because there's a point and a reason worth fighting for. But still, I hope that does address it the best I can. But I don't think that would go over well with the American public, and that's why they're trying to make it a narco drug thing or something along those lines. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Daniel Curtis, who puts in a 5, and thank you, Daniel, as well. He said, I just recently found this channel, and I appreciate the hard work y'all do to keep people informed, and from what is mostly unbiased.
And thank you so much for the support. And we try to be as unbiased as we can be. And just keep it to straight analysis. Some people miss the forest for the trees on that one. The analysis isn't always going to be positive of what people do. But I do thank you so much once again for the kind words of the support, because folks like you help us to make this channel possible and help us to put out the kind of analysis we do every day. So a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to LSA Sergeant Figment, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Sarge, for the support. They said, day 1300 of being the Sergeant of the LSA, and I'm honored to be a part of this wonderful community. And keep up the great work, boys. LSA forever, and take one from the chat.
Hey, we're honored to have you, and I thank you so much for being a Sergeant of the Lee Spring Army, and we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat question goes to Hackersphere, who said, is it true that Putin talked about a successor?
I haven't heard about it. He might be, but I haven't heard about it personally. But I do thank you for the support and sponsoring a live chat. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Silence, who said back then hard work brought success. Now you need hard work, brains, and a bit of luck. And this is intentional socialism, a greatest gaslighting op in history. Blame the system for your bad management. Honestly, Silence, I would actually disagree a little bit on that. I get where you're coming from, but even back in the day, you could still work hard and still not become wealthy. Even back in the day, if that's how you define success, most Americans, as shallow as it may sound, they define success as being wealthy with money. Some people don't define it like that. It just depends on the person. But I would say even back then, you still needed a combination of luck, brains, and hard work, even back in the day. But there was more opportunities for individuals that had those three to take hold of them and actually run with it. These days, even if you have all three, sometimes it's not enough even then. And even if you get all three together and you get lucky and you get that career or whatever you're looking for in the first place, then the pay isn't enough to support a decent lifestyle. Then you're living, poorer than your parents, even after getting lucky and getting that career that you want. So it's just kind of tough all the way around, honestly. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. It's tough all the way around. But I would have to say that luck is really a big part of it because I will admit, very much to Matthew and my fortune, we do not work as hard as other people. We work a good bit. Like, it's like 60, 70 hours a week on this thing. But even still, we do not work as hard as other people that we know in our generation that are working even harder. And they are still getting nowhere. And it's a shame, really. And when you think about that, it's like you have to empathize with folks because we might be in a good position, but we're quite lucky that this all clicked together when it did and how it did for us to be able to do this as our job. But a lot of other people don't have that kind of fortune or that luck. And that's something that I think people ought to be observant of and try and help out a little bit because the individual success in this country is national success in this country, and we should correlate it in that kind of equation instead of acting like the nation, the individuals of a country could be unsuccessful, but somehow the nation could be successful. It doesn't make any sense. But still, I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And I also saw someone say, try growing up with a World War II dad. You won't be a brat like Gen Zs. Do you not know about hippies? Like, hippies were boomers that had World War II era dads, and they grew up hippies. Like, that doesn't even stand up. Like, everyone in the boomer generation practically did whatever they wanted to. I don't know if you know that, but that's how that worked. Like, I would know because we know a lot of them, and they would say that they just did whatever. They go out late nights drinking, partying, all that sort of a deal. That doesn't really sound like they had strict parents, to be entirely honest with you. People are going to Woodstock and shit. Like, that ain't strict parents. If you're going to Woodstock or Burning Man and all that, you don't really have strict parents. Like, that's just kind of the truth of it. And that all started around then. So, I don't know what it is like with folks who self-aggrandize their generation or other generations, because honestly, they're like every single generation has goofy stuff. Like, if you look at our generation, we have plenty of goofy stuff, and then we have really cool stuff. It's like that with every generation. But I don't know what it is sometimes with folks like boomers who sit there and just go, "Oh, in our generation, we ate nails and worked 500 hours." It's like, no, you didn't. It's like you had a union job. You worked 40 hours a week. You had pensions. You had insurance provided by the company. You had all kinds of stuff. Like, hell, you sit there and look at the airlines, and people will be talking about, man, do you remember back in the day, the golden age, back when the boomers were flying during the times of Pan Am and TWA? Oh, that was the days. Those were the days. And it's like, those days, they're gone, even for the airlines. Like, pilots don't even have the kind of cushy lifestyle they had back then, back when the boomers were flying the planes. I don't know how in the world people don't see that. It's like, but I'm not complaining about that. I think that's the way it should be. The boomers had it easy. They had a great life. And I applaud them for that, but they ought to be like that for every generation. We ought to be striving for it to always be like that. They had a good time. Everyone else ought to have a good time as well. And instead of the boomers kidding themselves into saying, oh, we had it tough, like they did, which they didn't, they ought to say, yeah, we had it easy, and every other generation ought to have it easy as well, like we did. And we ought to make sure that's like that for them. That's what I think. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jojo, who puts in a 5. And Jojo said, I was in Bagram in 20 and 21, and there were forward operating bases in all peaks surrounding Bagram, and it was surrounded by mountains, and the whole area is easy to lock down.
And that's true, but what I was addressing earlier, because I know what that super chat's about, is that someone said we could just retake the base itself and not those surrounding areas. And when I was saying, we would have to secure a large area, I think in that statement I did include like the mountains. I said we'd have to secure a wider area around this thing, or even the whole country at large further on than that if it was still untenable. But that is true. They do have little outposts and fobs up there on the mountains around this place. And I remember hearing about those from one person who was in Afghanistan, and also seeing them in another documentary and other stories that have been told about the Bagram Air Base, is that the area did have a large perimeter. But we wouldn't be able to just hold down this one air base itself and its base perimeter. We would have to hold down the entire mountain, pretty much the bowl that it's in inside of this mountain range, which is a fairly big area. Still, it's doable. I mean, it's doable with not a large amount of forces, but even still, even if you secure that area, what if the Chinese provide the Afghans with, say, even larger air defense systems, because we're not holding down the rest of the country, and then they start shooting down incoming and outgoing planes? Then we have to occupy the whole country and destroy those air defense systems to hold down the airspace for Bagram to be usable. And that's why I said, the large area around Bagram or the whole country itself, it was including those sorts of considerations. But you are correct with that. And I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Silence once again, who puts in a 10 Canadian yet again. And thank you very much, Silence. They said, moderation is a virtue. In any context, swing the pendulum too far to either side, and you'll get a catastrophic overcorrection. And this is happening politically in the EU right now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. I'll be honest with y'all. I would rather have a much more moderate person in charge every single time, moderately left and right. I would be completely fine with, rather than someone from the very far left or the very far right being in charge, because they live outside of the confines of reality. They live in fiction, and then they make their decisions off of that, and it ends up backfiring poorly. For every single time, no matter who it is. If they're on the far left, it backfires poorly. If they're on the far right, it backfires poorly. It's every single time, guaranteed like clockwork. But with that, a big thanks to you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Ed, who puts in a 5. And he said, hey, LSA, best channel ever. And clarification of my previous question, could you show some pictures of the massive coal machines that we sent to the UK?
Let's see here. The massive UK coal machines. I don't know their exact name. I know the ones that are in Germany, the baggers, but I don't know the ones that are in Britain. Are they baggers? Like, I think they probably would be. We actually have a couple of these or something similar to it in Alabama, but they're abandoned. They're just sitting around now. But I think they're these, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but the bagger systems.
Yeah, I think that is it.
These are actually really cool. They're so large that they have to be brought in piece by piece and then assembled on site. Really crazy sort of stuff, but they are really cool. But I don't know if these are the ones in the UK. I just know that these are used in Germany at their mega mine outside of Cologne, or Köln, as it's called. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that the best that we can. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to WS, who puts in a 5. And they said, Enforcer Matt, iron. You got to have that iron in you. And on the steel mills at the moment, very interesting subject, Enforcers, to the coffee, pizza, moving, and rocket fund, and Russian drone missile defense funds.
And thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep running. I thank you for enjoying that little rabbit hole. I find those to be really fun, and also learning about it to be really fun. And I wish that I could make some videos on that where I would go in person to a place like that and show how it works, because I would love to make videos like that. I just don't know if a lot of people would be interested in like all of the little details about that sort of a deal. A lot of people have made huge channels getting really in depth and detailed on that sort of a deal, but I don't know if I could. Like that's the question for me. But still, a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Just Some Space Cowboy, who puts in a 5. And he said, stupid policy should always be criticized doubly. So if you voted for the person making it.
I would generally sway away from that greatly on domestic matters because there's really no clear answer on those. But on foreign policy matters, I will say when something's goofy because it's just plainly goofy. You can clearly lay out how it is goofy. But I do thank you so much for support, and I would generally agree with that definitely on foreign policy. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Aurora Uplinks, who puts it to 5. And they said, tell us about the history of naval combat before gunpowder, or the history of dreadnoughts, and the movie Blue Max's World War I from German flyers' view.
Oh, that's really cool, actually. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. And as far as warfare before the age of cannons, basically what everyone would do is they just install battering rams on the bows of their vessels and ram other ships and attempt to puncture them and sink them. Or they pretty much just use the boats as large barges to create a battlefield at sea, and then the battlefield itself was the upper decks of those barges. So that's pretty much how most of the warfare happened at sea, and naval battles during those periods were exorbitantly rare for that reason. But that would generally be how most wars would have been fought during those times. But a big thanks to you, well, most battles at sea would have been fought during those times, to make it a correct statement. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marc-Andre Withdrawal, excuse me, by the way, and he puts in a 5. He said, talk about the let's see here. Damn, hold on. He said, talk about the Canada buying the over-the-horizon radar from Australia for the NORAD.
Unfortunately, I had to declare ignorance on that because I do not know about that particular system. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, but I wouldn't know about that at the moment. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Samami, who puts in a 5. They said, have you seen reporting on Delta completing an elimination of an al-Qaeda commander in Syria?
Delta? Like, oh, wait, you mean Delta Force?
We wouldn't hear about that if it was Delta.
Man, Delta Airlines is like taking out the ops. Oh, that's what I was thinking for a second. I didn't hear about that, me personally. And usually you don't hear a lot about Delta Force operations. They keep those really under wraps. The SEALs get a lot of publicity, but generally from what I've known, Delta Force is hardly ever spoken about. So with that, I thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And you shalln't speak a word of Delta, and if you do, Enforcer, there should be the most dire of consequences for you and your family. That's a line from a movie, by the way. Someone's going to be like, he's threatening him. Yeah, there you go. That's the movie right there.
Yeah.
But anyways, moving on from that, we're moving on to our next one here, who goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Andrew, once again for that support. He said, please don't generalize all boomers as hippies. My father was a boomer who served during Vietnam and became a narc detective and a family provider.
And I thank you for the support, Andrew Honeycutt. And that's true. I know people who were boomers who had really upstanding lives and had great histories. I personally know a good amount of them. But at the same time, though, like, some people sit there and they say stuff like, and this is why I make that response. People will say stuff like, oh, Gen Z kids and Gen Alpha kids are just stupid, idiots, useless. They do such stupid, degenerate stuff. And it's such an overgeneralization because it's like, we're Gen Z kids, like, you know, full on. I was born in 2002 and Matthew was born in 2000. We are 100% Gen Z. And we, by many of y'all's definitions, are very upstanding, intelligent folks. Otherwise, y'all wouldn't be here listening to us for years. And we're a part of that generation. And I know many people who are like me who are part of my generation. There are stupid people in it, but there's stupid people in every generation. And so whenever boomers sit there and say stuff, like just like throw shots at a whole other group of a generation, like, millennials are just stupid and useless, and so are the Gen Z kids. It's like, well, that's not the case because there was also degenerate folks in the generation of the boomers. Not all of them were, but there still were. You know, every generation could be criticized for that. Hell, even the generations that came before the boomers, like the silent generation, they had freaking mafia members, like, you know, and then the generation before them, they had the flappers and so on that could be called degenerates and goofy for their time. I mean, look at how they dressed. I mean, that looked just stupid, you know, and then the people before them and their generation made fun of them and so on and so forth. But, you know, there's there is goofy people in every generation, but there's also hardworking, upstanding people in each one. And I just think it's really cheap that older generations always like to take shots at the next one and just act like the whole generation is full of degenerates and useless people. Because there's always people out there who are going to be like that, and then there's also people who are not going to be like that in every generation. But a big thanks to you once again for support, and I'd have to agree with you with that, Andrew Honeycutt, because I know many boomers myself like that, and I respect them greatly. But at the same time, though, those boomers also have the gumption about them to say, I had it easy, and the folks nowadays have got it rough, and they don't make any bones about it, and I think that comes from their level-headed kind of a mindset. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Plazoth and LSA Sergeant Figment once again for each putting in a 2, and also Dubstep Kid 801 for putting in a 1, and Mark Andre Burnett for putting in a 1 as well. And thank you very much to all 4 of you for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And our next one here goes to Riot, who puts in a 10, and he said, on Generations, have you read The Fourth Turning?
I personally,
And Riot, I think, let's see here. I think that book real quick. Let me double check this because I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, so you're talking about the generational theory book. I've read a different book which sort of annotated that right there. I'm going to withhold my opinion, but Enforcer, what say you?
I personally haven't read it, but I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And of course, folks, due to significant time constraints, we are going to get the Morse code decoders of the night, 3 live chat questions, and then round this thing out. So what do we got, Matthew?
And we still have 3 more super chats. This one goes to Daniel Kurtz, who puts in a 2. He said, as a vet, your intro is on point.
And thank you so much for enjoying the intro. I love to know that people really like it. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 2. He said, think people are prepared or think it won't happen.
I would hope that people will be prepared eventually. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Justin R, who puts in a 2. He said, is this amount of whiplash healthy?
No. No. It's not really good for my mental sanity because it's driving me crazy and aggravating me a good bit with how all this keeps going, just to be flat up honest. But still, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it's time for us to get on to the next super chat.
And our next super chat goes to Gary Tour, who puts in a 7 Canadian. And thank you very much, Gary, for that support. He said, winter is coming with fuel shortages. How will Russians go through the winter?
I would have to say they're probably going to go through the winter a little cold this year, most likely, because there probably will not be a way to provide heating, because most heating in Russia is provided by centralized heating units in the city. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the Morse code decoders of the stream.
All right, and tonight we had the whole roster. Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Johnny Dog, Norm Pritchett, Albert Garbo, Heroy, Fluffiness, Kush, Kopiatex, and Sire. They said, the Morse says, the U.S. is going to war with everyone but the Russians. LeMayo. We are Russian to avoid that. LLT LSA.
And ding, 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 ding. That's the sound of money coming out of a jackpot. Y'all hit the jackpot. That was dead on the nail. I gotta congratulate the Lucifer Army Signal Corps for getting that correct time and time again, all the way on the 1,305th night of the war. So a big congratulations to you once again. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Quantum Fighter, who said, there's a guy out there saying that sailors, Marines, and airmen in the Caribbean are asking commanders to sign assurances of mission legality so they won't be prosecuted later. Thoughts? Now, is that true, though? That would be quite wild. Like, for a soldier to walk up to their commander and have them sign a legal document, I would say that might not go too well. I haven't served in the military, but I have a feeling that might not be a very good situation there. I have a feeling the commander might be a little bit angry. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that probably won't really work in practice because, like a Dushka's firing over your head. Sir, I need your permission to sign off on this letter to fire in that building because I don't know if there's civilians in it. It's like that might also end up being a little bit too laborious to actually implement. But I would also have to agree with Matthew on that. I don't think that's going to make a lot of commanders all too happy to have to sign a waiver on something like that. But it's an interesting concept.
You're a lawyer now, are you? I think I have him scrubbing the latrine.
Oh man, it's going to be that Blue Eagle thing all over again, like, unfortunately. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, do we know if the Mossad still has assets on the ground in Iran?
From what we would understand, the answer is going to be yes at all times. So they still have Mossad assets inside of Iran. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Akita, who said, have you guys seen the new Lockheed Martin tweet teasing bleeding edge aerospace tech? And yes, we both saw that. And we just actually covered on the stream here, before that question came in, the reveal of it. I'll be honest with you, Lockheed Martin let me down a little bit. I was expecting something revolutionary, and we got a pretty run-of-the-mill drone for the military. So I got to say, a little bit of a ding on Lockheed's marketing department, because the way they hyped that up with that video, I thought it was about to be something crazy, like plasma drive or something wild from like a sci-fi movie, but it turned out to be a little bit of a letdown. I think they kind of overhyped it. But Enforcer, what say you?
We're about to unleash the most revolutionary thing. We were like, oh my god, it's going to be something crazy. It's got the Skunkworks logo on it, and it's another drone. And we're like, oh, come on. That was a real build-up for nothing. Like, a drone's cool. It's great. But, you know, I thought it would be something unbelievable, like mind-blowing, honestly. But, yeah, still, we saw it. It's just that it didn't turn out to be as mind-blowing as we thought. Still cool, but just not mind-blowing. But I hope that does address that well. And, folks, at 4 hours and 8 minutes into the stream, we have finally reached the end. Matthew, it's crazy. This is the longest stream we've run out of the past week, and this was supposed to be the shortest one. How in the world did that happen? But beyond that,
Oh, no.
I don't even know, man. But beyond that, I gotta thank you all so much for watching this stream tonight. We had 90,000 viewers here before it ended, and had 12.1 thousand live viewers watch this stream since it started. Crazily enough, folks, we actually got the same amount of viewership last night that we did tonight, and weirdly enough, we had like 2,000 less live viewers. It's weird how that works. But beyond that, I do thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and to also run our Sunday night fundraiser. And if there's a short war video to be made, Matthew be making it. Yeah! And so with that, we'll see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Long live the Lee Spring Army. Long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all once again for joining us tonight. And it's now 1:10 a.m. in the morning, Central Time. One of the latest streams we run in a minute. But it was a very good stream nonetheless. A very late stream, but a very good one. And we thank you all for joining us, and all 90,000 plus people that join us by the end of the stream. And we shall see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for the Sunday night fundraiser stream, and also for a short war video if there is enough news to cover. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching, and Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Army shall